Good morning. I am Mary Beth Anderson. I'm the newly elected chair of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce, and welcome to the 88th Annual Meeting and Business Summit of the West Virginia Chamber of Commerce. These next 3 days promise to be informative and exciting and filled with the opportunity to unite business and ignite prosperity. If everyone will please rise, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If everyone could remain standing, we are now joined by the West Virginia Symphony, who will be playing the national anthem as we honor our country. And following that, Reverend Greg Scott is on standby for the invocation. Wonderful. That's a new addition to the summit this year. Thank you to the West Virginia Symphony for that beautiful rendition of the national anthem. Now I would like to ask Reverend Greg Scott to come to the stage for our invocation. You recognize him. He's always ready to greet us here at the Greenbrier with a smile.
Let us pray. Eternal God, our Father, we come this morning. We come to say thank you. We thank you, Lord, for another expression of your goodness. We thank you, Lord, for this annual business summit meeting. Lord, that the guests will come from far and near for this meeting on these next couple of days, uniting businesses and anxiety and prosperity. Lord, we thank you for the igniting fire that you put down in their hearts. We thank you, Lord, you'd open doors for us that we are unable to see. Bless, Lord, this meeting. Bless each and every one that's in attendance, and we thank you in advance. And this we ask in Jesus' name we pray. Let us all say, amen.
You may be seated, and welcome again to the 2024 West Virginia Chamber Annual Meeting and Business Summit. One thing you may notice this year is that the buffet tables have been moved from the back of the room, and now they are in the Chesapeake room, and that had to occur given the size of the crowd this year. For those past Business Summit attendees, it's great to see you again, and to those who are attending your first, welcome and thank you for joining us. After the next 3 days, I'm sure that you will be putting this next year's summit on your calendar so you can make plans to return. The incredible event is made possible with the tremendous support of our Business Summit sponsors. Many of those sponsors are exhibiting, and I would encourage you to stop by the booths. Remember that if you fill out your exhibitor card, you can return it for a chance to win some great prizes. Please take time to thank all the sponsors in person as you see them. Our host sponsor, West Virginia University. Our diamond sponsors, Encova, American Clean Power, and WVU Medicine. Our platinum event sponsors, Vandalia Health, Antero Resources, Antero Midstream, American Chemistry Council, and Chemours. Our platinum sponsors are Appalachian Power, Peak Health, Marshall University, Marshall Health Network, Spillman Thomas & Battle, the College Board, and Hope Gas. Gold sponsors include AT&T, CityNet, Dinsmore, Unicare, Mountain Valley Pipeline, Steptoe & Johnson, Jackson Kelly, the Greenbrier, EQT, Dominion Energy, the Nature Conservancy, Highmark West Virginia, and Optimum. Please also recognize our Silver, Bronze, and Friends sponsors. Thank you so much to all the sponsors who make this possible. You may have noticed the photographs scrolling across the screens while you ate lunch. A few years ago, we began a new tradition of showcasing photos from West Virginia Day on the screens before the meeting commences. These photos have all been provided by you, our members, and we want to celebrate the beauty of our state. These photos will be shown throughout the event, and thank you to all who submitted them. The theme of this year's Business Summit, Uniting Business, Igniting Prosperity. We have seen firsthand that when the business community in West Virginia is united, progress is unstoppable. Thanks to the unified efforts of Chamber members, we have turned a page in West Virginia and are now on the map. Many of the attendees in this room represent small businesses that are the backbone of our state, many of which have been in operation longer than any of us have been alive. Please thank them, our small businesses, for their unwavering commitment to West Virginia. We are also joined by many new businesses that have recently begun operations or will soon begin operations here. I know that we will make them feel welcome and that they will feel a part of the family. As is tradition, the Chamber is also welcoming an incredible number of new members at the 2024 Business Summit. These new members represent a broad and diverse cross-section of the employer community, from small businesses to major companies, those who have called West Virginia home for a long time, and those who have chosen our beautiful state for new opportunities. On behalf of the new membership and the Board of Directors, I want to thank those new members for joining this organization. And those of you who were down the hall for the annual business meeting at 10 o'clock have heard this incredible news from Steve Roberts, but I want to make sure everyone hears it. In the past 7 years, the West Virginia Chamber and the Chamber Foundation have doubled their revenue. This has mostly come from new members joining the Chamber. It is a true testament that members see value in the Chamber and know that it works hard on their behalf day in and day out, and they are willing to invest in its expanded capacity. I also want to thank Steve Roberts and his incredibly talented staff. We're lucky, guys. We would not have such good news to report without them. If Chamber staff members would please stand up. Steve, Kathy, Brian, Kaylin, Kelly, Lily, Elizabeth, Andrea, Caitlin, and Suzette. Thank you all for all you do. Your incredible legislative successes, the tremendous events you feature, and everything else you guys do. It's very much appreciated, and we're all very lucky. Lastly, the staff at the Greenbrier, you guys, they always go above and beyond to make everyone feel welcome and at home. They are truly extraordinary, and for some of us, they've become almost like family. Please be sure to thank them for their wonderful hospitality as you see them over the next 3 days. Now, before we get to our first speaker, I want to cover just a few housekeeping items. Our evening cordials reception will be held tonight on the Colonial Terrace out there directly across the hall. This is a signature event of the Business Summit and not one to miss. We will also be holding both Business Summit receptions at 6 o'clock tonight and tomorrow night on Colonial Terrace. If you are a contributor to the Chamber's Political Action Committee, there is a reception for PAC contributors tomorrow evening at 5:30 in the Chesapeake Bay. It's down there. Again, the reception is for PAC contributors, but if you've not yet contributed to the PAC, you still can. There are contribution forms located at the door, at the registration desk, and the Chamber's exhibit space. We make this easy for you guys. Steve, Brian, or any Chamber team member would be more than happy to take your PAC contribution. The PAC works to elect political leaders who are willing to stand up and make difficult decisions that are needed to drive West Virginia forward. We're rolling out something new this year. Attendees will receive summaries from all 3 days of the Business Summit, powered by Alpha Innovations and their AI technology. Special thanks to Alpha Innovations for partnering with us for this new service. And lastly, don't forget to update your headshot. This is while you're at the Business Summit. The West Virginia Chamber and Augie Gray Drake are sponsoring 3 free headshots, just one free headshot taken by Chris Goss. Be sure to stop by the Chesapeake Bay between 11 and 3 today or between 8 and 1 tomorrow. There she is. It is now my sincere pleasure to introduce Congresswoman Carol Miller from West Virginia's 1st Congressional District. She's a longtime friend. She came to the legislature in 2006. Her bio is in the program. You know her. But I'll just say she distinguished herself in my mind with her servant's heart. She really wants to figure out how to help West Virginia's industries. She relaunched the Congressional Bipartisan Energy Export Caucus to find new markets for our product, and she is always looking to grow her understanding of our sectors and figure out how she can help. Thank you so much. Congresswoman Miller, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mary Beth. I mean, it is so wonderful to be here at this historic Greenbrier Resort that we've all loved for so many years. It is in my congressional district, which is now the first congressional district of West Virginia, because 2 years ago, we had to split the state in half. And I have been attending this event for years and years and years, and I really enjoy the productivity and the energy and all of the things that come from our meetings when we get together. And it's also so much fun to be with old friends and meeting new friends because of the years we've all spent together trying to do the same thing. You know, I think the federal government could take a real look at how West Virginians treat each other and how we always treat each other as family. And I know my D.C. staff was really sort of taken aback my first couple of years because I hug people when they come to my office. But now they understand that West Virginians are huggers, and we're just so glad to be with each other. And I of course have prepared remarks because we always have prepared remarks, but I can't help but musing over some of the years that I've been here and doing what I'm doing. I was elected in 2006 to what I call the Little House, because I now call Congress the Big House. But in 2007, I went to the House of Delegates, and I was sort of amazed at what was happening because I went because I realized that our best export was our educated kids and people who needed jobs. And I was looking at the policy, and I'm seeing the billboards saying things like, West Virginia, open for business. And I'm thinking, man, with some of this policy we're doing, I think we're hoping for business. And so for about 10 years, we worked and we changed and we re-energized our state. And there are a lot of people in this room that are directly related, people like Bill Cole, people who just took time out of their lives to help West Virginia move forwards. And I can remember when I was just a freshman and then a sophomore, and I'd go down to Lincoln County because I had half of Cabell County and this little tiny place of Lincoln County, which they gave to me because it was Democrat, and they thought for sure that would keep me from being elected. And I went down there all the time. And I'd go to the Christmas dinners, and I'd meet with people, and all of the Democrat elected officials welcomed me. And I would go sit at the table, and I was the odd duck there. But they welcomed me, and they liked me. And so when I left the House of Delegates, they were the ones that I thanked. I think there were only one or two of them left in the House of Delegates at that time. But I thanked the Lincoln County boys for treating me like family and welcoming me. And this is what we do right here in this particular event. It brings together the brightest minds. It brings together educators. It brings together child care advocates, policymakers, business owners, professionals, healthcare. We all come here for 3 days, and we leave energized, and we leave with more ideas of what we can do. We come from all walks of life, and we share our unique perspectives in order to get things done for our state, because we all care about the future generations to come. You know, when I went to Congress, I wanted to make sure that I did the right thing and I could bring the biggest bang for the buck home for West Virginia. So I wanted to concentrate on the policies that would help. And of course, I'm from a business family. I'm a small business owner. My family has businesses. And I know what it takes to make good decisions for our economy. Because when businesses, and particularly Main Street businesses, thrive, our economy thrives, our people thrives. There's more money in paychecks. There's more money in the local hardware store, the Little League teams. We all know what makes the economy tick. And so in the House of Representatives, that's what I've been trying to do. So I worked really hard to get on the Ways and Means Committee. And I think most of you know that it's the oldest committee in Congress. It's mentioned in the Constitution. It doesn't sound glamorous, but we're the ones that really make things happen. And it's an all-encompassing committee. Social Security, IRS, taxes, all of those things that make a difference. I serve on the Trade Subcommittee, and I serve on the Health Subcommittee. And so my focus has been on rural health, and I've been able to deliver some really good bells that is helping our rural hospitals, our rural health care, and just across the board. And of course, trade. Trade is as old as the first caveman met the second caveman. One had 2 sticks and one had 2 rocks, and they traded. Trade is what makes the world go around, and it's an equalizer, and it's a friend maker. And we have to be so smart about what we do as a country. You all have heard of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was passed in 2017 under the Trump administration. It was pivotal in our economy. It didn't just happen overnight. It took years of studying taxes, years of figuring out what we were doing right and what we were doing wrong. But our economy absolutely started to hum. Well, in 2025, a lot of those pieces that weren't permanent are going to be up sort of on the auction block again. And so Chairman Jason Smith created 10 tax teams for us to be prepared for 2025. And I want to read to you the names of those tax teams because it affects you. One is American Manufacturing, American Working Families, the American Workforce, the American New Economy, Rural America, Community Development, Supply Chains, U.S. Innovation, and Global Competitiveness. I was made the head of the supply chain tax team. It's a mouthful. And we have spent our time going out and looking, particularly right now in the energy sector, and what we can do and what we can learn. Because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act isn't broken. And so what we want to do is we want to make sure what we got right, we continue to do, like the corporate tax, which was dropped from 35% to 21%. There's now some discussion about, through President Trump, about lowering it even more. You also hear people saying, well, maybe we ought to just raise it a little bit, because if we raise taxes a little bit, it'll bring more money in the coffers. Those people don't understand. They don't understand that more taxes are helpful. They're not. It's such a cycle, and that's why it's important that policymakers, I joke about whether you're a truck driver, a bus driver, a business owner, a candlestick maker, we are a cross-section of people making policy. But we need to listen to those people who have actually signed the front of a paycheck, because they understand the risk that you all take, and they understand how important certainty is, and that we shouldn't just keep changing things for the sake of changing. So I'm committed to maintaining that corporate rate at 21%, or dropping it if we can see. But what there were a lot of the companies and corporations had to give more in certain areas in order to make that happen. But it really, really worked. And we need to also think on a global scale as we do these things. So I am focused on ensuring that our tax code supports our American energy producers, our energy communities, and not our adversaries. I take offense at letting China taking our tax dollars and our tax credits because we're buying certain things from them, and it doesn't fit exactly in a bill, and the administration has shifted things so that they actually benefit from our tax dollars. That doesn't do well with Carol at all. And so we are meeting with stakeholders all over the country and listening. Small business, big corporations, you name it. We've also created a portal in my office for comments of any ideas that you think, positive or negative, that we need to consider. Because I am a firm believer that you're as smart as all the people you know. So I do welcome it. I'm working, diligently to find the best path forward for our American energy, because we know that energy dominance is our safety. It is what our country needs to be. We were energy dominant. And why we would ever let that go, I don't even have the right words for it. Most of you know that I am more of a listener than a talker. So I expect you to come up to me, tell me what you think I need to know, let my staff know, Darian's district director. It's important that you communicate, because what we do in Congress with taxes directly affects Main Street. We go to the grocery store. We joked during COVID when people had 2x4s in the back of their truck, they must be doing well because the prices just went up so much. And inflation affects everybody. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm happy to see all of you, because we are all on the same team. And we're here because we care about West Virginia. We want our children and our grandchildren to have the same opportunities that we've had to flourish and to correct those mistakes that we inadvertently made. So I'll leave you with that. I'm just happy to be among West Virginians during August, because I'm traveling all over the state, meeting people and listening. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Miller, for those lovely remarks. Before you leave the stage, I'm not rushing you off. Did you think?
All right.
I would like to welcome Michael Chirico, fellow Huntingtonian with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for a special surprise. You.
I was one of the ones that would drive to Lincoln County with her. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Steve, for hosting us today. We are proud to announce a new U.S. Chamber Award given to those leaders who are advancing the priorities of business. What an honor it is to have my Congresswoman here with us today, Congresswoman Carol D. Miller of the 1st Congressional District. She's a small business owner, a bison farmer, wife, mother of 2, Gigi of 7, and hails from a family committed to public service. Her father, Rep. Sam Devine, was Republican conference chair and represented Columbus, Ohio from 59 to 81. Never one to toot her own horn, so I'm going to do it for her. She has expanded her sphere of influence while in D.C. and has become a thought leader on various issues related to tax, trade, rural health care, energy, through her work on the powerful House Ways and Means Committee. She's well respected by her colleagues and her constituents. Her work here and there has only allowed her district and our great state to prosper for many years to come. At the Chamber, we put a premium on working with and recognizing chambers of business. Champions are determined by those who advocate and fight for small business public policy while recognizing the need for durable, lasting solutions. These solutions are achieved when legislation is crafted in the spirit of bipartisanship. We often know it is the work done behind the scenes and negotiation in committee rooms that produce the best legislation, or just as important, stops harmful legislation from ever reaching the floors of Congress. This word acknowledges that. Today, we are honored to recognize Congresswoman Miller as the recipient of the U.S. Chamber's new award, the Advocate for American Business. She exemplifies what this word means to honor strong leadership and bipartisanship, and this building strong working relationships with the U.S. Chamber and local chambers across the district. Congresswoman, I've been honored to call you my boss, mentor, and friend, and you've had a major hand in my professional career and personal well-being. On behalf of the U.S. Chamber and the West Virginia State Chamber, thank you and congratulations on receiving this award. Love you. So.
You talk longer than I did.
I know I did talk longer than you did. So thank you, Congresswoman.
God bless you.
Good.
Thank you. I did think I was good.
Thank you, Michael, and congratulations, Congresswoman. What a well-deserved honor. Our next speaker needs no introduction. He is our biggest cheerleader, our fiercest advocate, our most steadfast believer, the guy who always sees the best in what we are and envisions the best that we can be. Those might be the reasons that he won all 55 counties in his last election, and it doesn't hurt that he has the cutest English bulldog in the eastern United States. And he's still going. Before he takes the stage, please watch this video welcoming the governor of the great state of West Virginia, Jim Justice.
We've been 50th forevermore. We are such in the hole that we got to quit digging. You're faced with a $500 million hole in the bucket. Let's don't just try to figure out how to just get by. Let's cannonball right in the middle of the pool. We can do this. We absolutely can do it.
A lot of people for weeks thought this vote might be very close. In the end, it was an absolute blowout with most, if not all, of the votes counted.
Governor Jim Justice has long predicted this program will generate 48,000 new jobs over the next 10 years.
The absolute most historic vote in the state of West Virginia, hands down. And this will be our starting point.
Governor Jim Justice even breaking out the lays.
They announced the state has seen a 6% increase in tax revenue from income tax, and it comes with 10 straight months of economic growth.
You know that a few months ago, it hit where West Virginia, on a per capita basis, is one of the most successful GDP states in our union. So we went from being down and out, you're one of the most successful in the union.
We know how good this place really is. But people on the outside are beginning now to know how good this place really is. There's roads that are being built that we'll reap the harvest for many, many decades to come. Tourism in this state has now exploded, and all of a sudden we have an entirely different ad campaign. We've put the emphasis that we need to invest in education and let it be one of the centerpieces, if not the centerpiece, to driving our economy. I have told people over and over and over, once the goodness starts, we won't even be able to stop it.
West Virginia's governor was impressed with what he saw at the Newport steel mill construction site this afternoon. Even though the massive Mason County project, slated to become fully operational in 2027, is less than 10% complete.
You cannot possibly imagine, nor can I, what this will absolutely do to this whole area. It will be transformational in every single way.
Then the Christine West Bridge, locally dubbed the Bridge to Nowhere, officially opens late this afternoon.
Ground has now officially been broken toward a $63 million complete water system upgrade for the city of Lewisburg.
Well, a brand new scenic route has been unveiled in the mountains of West Virginia. It's called Cranberry Corridor.
Governor Jim Justice signed into law this afternoon the largest tax cut in West Virginia history.
We're on a pathway now in West Virginia to totally eliminate our personal income tax. There's so much goodness going on in West Virginia, and all I got to say is just what I've said so many times. Look at where we're located. Businesses are moving to West Virginia like crazy. Look at where we're located. Look at our 4 incredible seasons. Look at the people of West Virginia and their values. They never believed in West Virginia. They never believed in West Virginia. And so from that standpoint, Baby Dog tells Bette Midler and all those out there, kiss her honey. If we continue in West Virginia, I'm not going to be your governor long.
But if we continue in West Virginia on the pathway that we're on right now, the stars are the limit.
Let's cannonball right in the middle of the pool. We can do this.
And now, please stand and welcome the 36th governor of the great state of West Virginia, the Honorable Jim Justice.
Thank you. Please sit down, please. Oh, my goodness, what a wonderful crowd. Aren't you proud of yourselves? Aren't you really, really proud? I mean, this gathering has grown and grown and grown, and I teetotally love it. You've got to be proud, you know, and I wish you the greatest in every endeavor you could ever possibly have across this great state, the nation, the world, forevermore. But I do hope you lose money in the casino. Now, because our state gets a big cut of that too. Let me tell you, most generally, I never really have any notes. But for Susan and Steve and all those that worked so hard to put this event together, we thank you. The reason I have some notes today is I don't want to forget anything. I really, truly don't. You know, this road started off pretty doggone rough. We all know that, and there's no point in belaboring that. But absolutely today, we are in a celebration in this great state like we can't imagine. Look at you. We can't hardly get any more of you in the room. But some way, somehow, let's try. We may have to absolutely have a love your neighbor moment as we go forward in the future where you're touching arms. It couldn't be better in my book. You see, at the end of the day, say what you want, but Jim's never wanted anything for Jim. For crying out loud, I know I drive the state police crazy because they lose me from time to time. Well, so what? But with all that being said, truly, what I've wanted is right here, right now. What I've wanted is for Toby and Edith to do so much better and to be so much happier. And what I've wanted more than anything in the world is the Bette Midlers of the world and the outside world to know in every way that we're not the end of a bad joke. We're not that. We're the best of the blooming best, and you know it. And we had to make them believe it. We had to do a lot of things, and they were hard to do, but we did them, and we stayed together. We pulled the rope together, didn't we? And then along came COVID. For God's sakes, a living, a cannonball to the stomach like nobody's business. We again held the rope together and literally ran across the finish line together. We lost thousands, but we could have lost tens of thousands. You know it. Nobody knew what to do. Nobody. Absolutely, I commend President Trump in every way for how they moved in light speed, warp speed, to do what they did. People were really scared, and rightfully so. And people were dropping like flies. And from Jim's standpoint, every single day I went in that office. Every day we had a briefing. Even Christmas Day, I was there doing a briefing. And why? Because people were scared. People were really scared. And literally, then along came Baby Dog, of all things. And absolutely, she did something that I couldn't believe. She made you smile, and she loved everybody. And I thought to myself, how can the message be any more simpler than just that? To me, Baby Dog was sent from God above for all of us because we needed to be able to smile. And we needed to absolutely stand together. It didn't matter if you were black or white or rich or poor or, for God forbid, a Republican or a Democrat. We had to stand together. And we did. And we got through it. Now, let me tell you this. There's no need in Jim Justice saying, well, I've got 5 months left. I'd love to be able to go fishing and hunting and everything. I'll just hang out and everything. It's not in me. You see, I love to do all those things in life and everything. I can't really hunt much very good anymore. I can't fly fish much very good anymore. I do coach basketball, and I love being with those kids. But with all that being said, what I love more than anything is my work. I've got to tell you just this. We need to run through the finish line. And then I hope and pray that we're going to pass this torch to Patrick. And Patrick's going to do great stuff. He's done great stuff as your Attorney General. And he's going to continue to do more and more and more good stuff. It'll tickle me totally to death. So I want to just tell you just this real quick. Today we have another celebration of more milestones, and that's why I don't want to forget any of this. I've got a video that I want to show you in just a second. But absolutely, as we look back, just think about it. I think Steve Roberts maybe mentioned to one of my folks or whatever like that your membership has doubled in 7 years. Well, let's quadruple it the next 7 years. Absolutely, let's make it happen. Tourism is exploding. We're diversified. We welcome all forms of energy. Keep it going. For crying out loud. And this right now is more testimony that I want to give you right this second to what we're doing. If you'll just step back, this is mind-boggling to me. But in the years that I've been able to have the honor of being your governor, all of us together have caused $14 billion of investment in our roads and infrastructure. Think about that. We've cut over $1 billion in taxes to our people. $1 billion has been pumped into education for our kids. $250 million has been spent in transforming our state parks. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on right now in this great state. But today, I want to tell you just this. That maybe, it says that maybe the most impressive number we've seen, over $20 billion is going into economic development projects that will create over 30,000 jobs. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine how good we feel today? How good are we going to feel when all this kicks in? And what is the multiplier effect after it all kicks in? Shelley's here somewhere. I know Gail's here and Joe's on the way, and maybe Joe's here too. Carol's here somewhere. There's so many people that are absolutely pulling the rope and working right with you every single day. Keep working with them. They're good folks. They really work hard. Their heart's in the right spot. I'll promise you, if things work out, and I don't know how in the world things wouldn't work out and everything, and probably I'd be the only one that could screw it up, but I may very well end up in D.C. as well. I won't forget you. There's no way. Because first and foremost, I love you beyond good sense. And you know that. But today, now get this, I want to absolutely always, every single last one of us, run through that finish line. Run through the finish line. With all that being said, today I'm excited to announce a $35 million investment from Prime 6, the world's leading high-performing charcoal and wood products and everything all across the globe. They're located in Asia, and now they're coming to West Virginia. And it all started, believe it or not, it all started with Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful, of all things. Can you just imagine? Can you imagine him coming to West Virginia and sitting in my office? We absolutely had great talks many times on the phone, and lo and behold, here they come. And there's a little video we have right now I think you'd enjoy from Mr. Wonderful.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ricky Franco. I'm the founder and CEO of Prime 6, and I'm excited to bring my company to West Virginia. It's been more than 24 months since we've started looking for a place to call home, and we've been through many states and spoke to many officials. When we landed in West Virginia, we realized that the team there had a completely different approach to bringing both innovation and being pro-business to make sure that the companies are successful here in the state. So I want to thank Governor Justice and the entire team of the Economic Development Authority for allowing us the opportunity to be made in America. And I want to make this an official announcement and say, I couldn't have done better than Country Road, Take Me Home, West Virginia. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Wonderful here, and I want to talk about entrepreneurship in America. I want to talk about Shark Tank. I want to talk about West Virginia and how all of these came together in a wonderful way. This is Prime 6. This is the most sustainable fire log in the world and the best for grilling, and I love to cook. Yeah, I'm a chef. I fell in love with them on Shark Tank. It is the classic company that is the essence of entrepreneurship. Started from scratch, Ricky and her team built this thing up from practically nothing and ground through all the hard work it takes to grow. As they expanded, they needed to find a home, some place to build a business. That is what entrepreneurship is all about. And not all states are the same. I've been very vocal about this of late. One great place to do business is West Virginia. Why? Great leadership. Jim Justice as governor and the entire team there, I've met personally, I flew there myself, they get it. Why? They've run businesses. They've made payroll before. They know what it takes to do that. These are not politicians. These are leaders. They understand what really matters in a state is to grow it, to expand it, to diversify its business. So together with the great state of West Virginia and Prime 6, we're going into business together. Prime 6 is going to put $35 million in the ground, 75 new jobs, and expand into multiple products in West Virginia. I'm pretty proud of them. I just love working with the entire staff there. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, the entire team. Thank you, the state of West Virginia. And let me just say this that people should consider. All around the world, what's the #1 export out of West Virginia? It's the American dream. That's what it is. So congratulations to Prime 6. Congratulations to the entire team there. In West Virginia, you're kicking butt, and I just love it, and I want to be part of it. Take care, everybody.
Oh, man. It doesn't get much better than that to me. That's just all there is to it. And that's the first time I'd seen that, and that's really neat. And you are kicking butt. All of you. All of you. This is what it's all about. But that's not all. We got more. We've got more to tell you about right now. Today, I'm also excited to announce a $59 million investment in Berkeley County that's going to be happening from Handcraft Services, which will create 220 new full-time jobs. They're in healthcare linen industry, and we cannot be more happy to give an incredible round of applause to a great, great man that helped us in every way. And I don't know where Jim's name is here, but I think it's Jim Morgan. Is that true? And if you'll stand, please, sir, and we'll give you a great big round of applause. and we got more. And I got Jimmy Morgan messed up with Babcock and Wilcox. But nevertheless, let me just say just this. You know, we have a team that works really, really hard to bring more and more and more economic development to West Virginia. There's folks that have been critical here as of recent that this hydrogen thing is not a possibility. Man, it's premature in every way. And with all that being said, everybody's concerned. Everybody's concerned in every way that just maybe this is a pipe dream and it won't really happen. Absolutely. We have things going on in Mason County that are off the chart. And right now, we have an announcement that today we're announcing a $125 million investment into our energy sector, and I love it when we're announcing more and more energy jobs. And this is Jimmy Morgan, and please forgive me, and everything. And I want you to absolutely thank him with a resounding applause. And it may very well be that this blossoms into a $1 billion investment in West Virginia. And more than anything, this is all driven from making hydrogen out of coal. So it keeps our coal miners going. So please give them a gigantic round of applause as well. Now, the last thing I'll say is just this. You know, from time to time, whether it be Handcraft or it be, you know, Babcock and Wilcox, whether it be really whomever it may be that's coming to our state next. Just think about this, and I'm going to go through this really fast. But can you just imagine Nucor, Fidelis, and Owens & Minor, and I'm only touching on just a few. You see, I've just checked just a few here. But just think about Klockner. Think about Berkshire Hathaway, Cleveland Cliffs, Mountaintop Beverage, Commercial Metals, Prime 6, Handcraft, and now Babcock and Wilcox. And it just keeps going on and on and on, does it not? Now, with all that being said, I'm going to close by just telling you just this. It's been the honor of my life being your governor. That's all there is to it. Like I said early on, I don't want anything. I never have. That's why it's been such an honor. Because when it really boils right down to it, sure, we make mistakes. And sure, there's cannonballs that come out of nowhere in COVID or whatever it may be. And sure, we make mistakes all the time. I've always challenged the media this way. I said, you find something that knowingly I've told you is not the truth. And they really have a hard time with that. You know, sure, from time to time, we'll make a mistake. But with all that being said, I want to just end by telling you just this. It's a tough job. It's a really, really tough job. We've come so far, it is off the chart. But there's so much further you can go. It is a rocket ship ride today. But let the rocket ship take you somewhere. Let it take you to the stars beyond anything you could ever possibly imagine. Absolutely, I'm really proud to be right in Patrick's court. And I'm really proud that he will go and he will do even greater things. Bankruptcy was tough, and we were right on the verge. Don't you think for 1 second in the whole world that this state was absolutely not bankrupt. Today, we're going like great guns like you can't possibly imagine. Now, I would tell you this, that while it's been a big honor, there's times when you're running up that mountain and you're taking airs and absolutely you feel like, well, it's not very fun and everything. That's part of the job. And what do? You just lean back and you just keep fighting. That's all there is to it. You saw President Trump. Honestly, he took a bullet And what did he scream out to the crowd? Fight, fight, fight. There's so many times in your life, I will promise you to God above, that you think it's unfair. You think you're great people because you are employing all kinds of folks. You're doing all the philanthropy work. You're doing everything you can do. And sometimes it's not fair. What do? Lay down and cry about it? Bull feathers. For God's sakes of living, you do exactly what President Trump was doing. And that's what I'll do to the very bitter end. I love you. It's been an honor. It's been an honor like you can't imagine. We're going to run through the finish line, and we're going to keep bringing businesses. We're going to do it every single day if we can, because the businesses are just doing exactly what Mr. Wonderful just said to all of us. The businesses drive opportunity to all of you. The last thing I'll say is just this. Right this minute, and don't you ever forget this. Right this minute, you've got thousands of people that are probably thousands of feet underground. They're mining coal that's that high. And they can't even sit up, let alone stand up. And they're fueling this nation in every way. Please don't let anyone kick them. We have great gas folks that are out working all over the place every day. Please don't let people kick our fossil fuels. Please always stand up for us. Stand up for us. The last of my last words are just this. Every single country on this planet, the more energy they have, the healthier they are, and the longer they live. Every single country on the planet, the more energy we have, the healthier they are, and the longer they live. Now, let me tell you, we're a long ways from perfect. But with all in me, there'll be a day maybe that our fossil fuels will go away. There may be a day, but it's not today. And for that family, that either the mom or the dad is thousands of foot underground right now, doing something for all of us, don't forget them. Don't forget them. Keep it going, West Virginia. I've told you many, many times, you're the engine. Keep it going. Please keep it going in every single way. I love you with all my heart. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Governor Justice. I bet you guys did not have Mr. Wonderful on your bingo card today, did you? You never know what you're going to find out. Well, in case you haven't heard, it is a major election year in West Virginia, and we could not be more fortunate to be joined by both major party nominees for governor. Our next speaker is Attorney General Patrick Morrisey. There he is. The Republican nominee for governor of West Virginia in the November election. Patrick Morrisey was elected Attorney General in 2012, becoming the first Republican to hold that office in 80 years. During his tenure, he has secured countless wins for the Mountain State, including the pivotal West Virginia versus EPA decision by the U.S. Supreme Court that protects the energy industry and limits the ability of federal agencies to issue regulations without clear statements from Congress. Re-elected in 2016 and in 2020, Attorney General Morrisey entered the governor's race last year and won a highly competitive primary election in May. Mr. Attorney General, welcome to the Business Summit.
Well, thank you very much, Mary Beth, and thanks to all of you for inviting me here again this year. I'm grateful, Steve, to you for your kind invite and for the wonderful remarks. I think I've been to the Business Summit virtually every year since I've been elected as your Attorney General, so it's wonderful to be with so many fellow West Virginians. And I'll just say at the outset, I'm not sure a Patrick Morrisey governorship is going to compete as much with Mr. Wonderful or the sartorial flair of my opponent. But I will tell you, maybe at the end of my tenure of office, you'll think of me as Mr. Get Things Done. That is certainly the goal. And it's great to be here because we have a lot to celebrate. We gather here in an era rich with opportunities, a chance to reshape our economy, to revitalize our communities, take advantage of some of the really positive things that Governor Justice and the state legislature have been pushing on. I'm a person who I think, if you've heard over the years, likes to say, I don't believe we should be looking back as much as looking forward, because when I was a cross-country runner growing up, my coaches always just say, Morrisey, don't look back, look ahead, because you're going to run a lot faster. And that's certainly what I want to do. I want to build on the good work of the past, and there's been a lot of terrific things that have been accomplished, but I think you're going to see there'll be a lot more work to do in the future, and we're going to position West Virginia to grow in a way you've never seen before. So it's wonderful to be here and to share the vision of how we're going to take West Virginia and really move up dramatically in the economic rankings. And I think that you'll see, while there have been a lot of great things done, my approach is going to be a little different than what you've seen in the past. You see, I think in terms of competition. Growing up, when I ran cross country, I played tennis, it was always a competition to get better and better. I was not one content with participation trophies. And I think we have that opportunity here in West Virginia as well. With the right policies, we have a chance to move up in the rankings in a way that you haven't seen before. And so when I'm out on the campaign trail, I talk a lot about bringing that competitive mindset to the state of West Virginia and how we think about economic challenges. So for those who have heard me on the campaign trail, I talk a lot about the backyard brawl. You know, I don't have to, in this room, tell you what the backyard brawl means. I think you all know. I think this year it comes on September 14th, where we have a big game against Pitt, WVU and Pitt, fighting it out. It seems like half the state takes off and focuses on the big game. Everything that day is defeating Pitt, the Pitt Panthers. Well, I want to make sure that West Virginia is beginning to think along those lines economically. We want to have a backyard brawl economically with all the states that we touch. We want to make sure that on questions related to taxes and regulations and workforce rules and licensing, that West Virginia is no longer going to be 48th, 49th, and 50th. Now, you see, there has been progress in recent years, and I think we should commend that. But there's much, much work to be done. And the truth is, for West Virginia to truly ascend and lift up its standard of living to its rightful place in the country, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. So what does that mean? Well, on day one of a Patrick Morrisey administration, we're going to begin that backyard brawl, and we're going to start the comparisons. What is West Virginia doing compared to all of its competitors, our neighbors? And we're going to lay out on a table, we're going to work with the legislature and say, what are the taxes that we have here in West Virginia? Lay every tax out on the table. Every regulation out on the table, every single one. We're going to be more reducing regulations in West Virginia than you've ever seen before. What are all the workforce rules? What are all the licensing rules? And we lay that out for everyone in the public to see, and then we're going to have a comparison between West Virginia and all the states that we touch. Because I think if you want West Virginia to rise, to ultimately be number one economically, and get in the top 5 and 10, we first have to start competing better regionally with the states that we touch. And so I think having that comparison from a tax perspective, a regulatory perspective, is going to make it much easier to start to move up. And we can do that. West Virginia is poised. There have been some good decisions made by the governor, by the legislature. I applaud that Roads to Prosperity and some of the other great things that have been done here in West Virginia. But now we have to go much further. And the truth is, we have to take this task seriously because we have a lot of big threats coming our way from Washington, D.C. and from within. And we need a governor who's going to be able to stand up, fight against those threats, and has a record of taking on big challenges and winning. Now, that's been my background as your state attorney general. We've taken on the big fights. I think West Virginia right now nationally is known as one of the preeminent states of taking on federal overreach and winning. And those aren't just slogans. Those are real things that matter for West Virginians. People's jobs get affected. When we took on the big fight related to carbon emissions, and we were the state that led the way against the Green New Deal and won at the U.S. Supreme Court, to me, it was about ensuring we're going to be able to protect so many thousands of West Virginia jobs. That drove me. That gets me fired up every single day that I go to work. When we took on the so-called Waters of the United States rule, you guys remember that, when they're trying to label your backyard ditch or your ephemeral stream, regulate it the same way as the Mississippi, the Potomac, the Ohio, West Virginia stood up. We challenged that. We went into court, and we were the state that helped bring home the national injunction against that. And I could go through issue after issue after issue of how we've kept an overreaching federal government at bay. Closer to home, we've made major progress in tackling the opioid epidemic, but there's a lot more work that's left in front of us. The reality is that when I came in, there was no drug-fighting function within the Attorney General's office. It was a mess, but we worked to fix it. And now, West Virginia, through the state, the counties, and the cities, has realized over $1 billion gross from the opioid settlements. Even more importantly, West Virginia is #1 per person for settlements in the nation. But all of that doesn't mean anything unless we build upon the success from the past and we look into the future. And I look with great hope with our new West Virginia First Foundation and the opportunity we have, because for the first time ever in our state's history, we now have a plan of attack against the dreadful drug menace, and we have resources to deal with that. That's a pretty darn good thing. That's going to save a lot of West Virginia lives. But we have to go further. The reality is that the nature of our challenges has been changing. Back when I first came in, a big focal point had been taking on the excess number of pain pills. And we've been very aggressive on doing that. But now there's a new threat out there, and it's killing West Virginians at an alarming rate. Many people, after originally being addicted to these pain pills, have moved over to other, more brutal drugs. And in fact, a lot of the statistics that I see show that fentanyl is the most dangerous drug in America in terms of killing our young. From individuals from the ages of 25 to 44, fentanyl is the #1 killer in America. Think about that. And West Virginia needs to make progress. That's why, if I'm fortunate enough to be elected as your governor, I'm going to partner, as I've done in all these other cases as well, with 20, 25 states, and we will list fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, getting the tools and the resources we need to take this fight on, because we are not going to let deadly fentanyl that floods in from our borders kill any more West Virginians. I'm going to build on the strength that we've had and the work we've done in the Attorney General's office to make that happen. And then we're going to go back to the backyard brawl for just a minute. You know, when you think about the opportunities in front of us, they are incredible. Because you see, there hasn't really ever been that focal point on competition. And it has to be, because our biggest competitors are all the states around us. And so if we can look at that tax policy, and we know, well, why is Pennsylvania doing a little bit better in this area? Why is Virginia doing a little bit better in that area? When you have that kind of rigorous comparison, and by the way, not just with the platitude, but with we're going to get X% higher standard of living, we're going to measure the economic statistics of our people, that is a chance to help West Virginia shine in a way we haven't seen before. And it allows us to become a regional powerhouse here in this part of the country, where we have so much going for us. We're within 10 hours of 180 million people. We live in the most beautiful, beautiful state in the country. We have a chance to build upon all that, but we have to make the tough decisions and not rely just on the way things have been done in the past. As your next governor, I plan to challenge many of the basic assumptions that have been in place for a long time so that West Virginia can grow and you can measure its growth, and so that our kids are going to be proud to stay at home. You know, one of the things that I talk a lot about on the campaign trail is an experience that I get fortunate to have every year as the state attorney general. You see, every year I get invited to go to Boys State and Girls State. And I'll tell you what, when that day approaches, I start to get a little bit of tingle in me. I start to think, wow, I'm going to get to speak to the leaders of West Virginia for tomorrow, right? And I start to get all fired up because the best way to get inspired is to see the next generation of kids and know that there's some amazing people who are going to carry on the torch into the future. And every year, when I go to Boys State and Girls State, I ask two questions. I typically say, how many people here want to go to college? Virtually everyone raises their hands. But then I follow up with the second question. How many people here think there'll be a job available for you in West Virginia when you're done with college? 20% of the people raised their hands. We have to change that mindset here in West Virginia so that our kids have hope. But there are a lot of reasons why our kids can have hope. We've been building, starting to make progress, but under the next administration, we're going to go even further. I think we have to better communicate with a lot of the kids across the state to be able to make sure they know about the incredible economic opportunities available now. By some accounts, up to 60,000 unfilled jobs here within the state. Kids need to know there is hope and a brighter future for West Virginia. And they're also going to know that the next governor is going to have policies that are going to help turn their dreams into reality. Some of it may not sound so sexy. I may not be able to have Mr. Wonderful the first day of the administration, but I'll tell you what, when we get into the schools and we start talking about the nobility of working with one's hands and the ability to produce plumbers and electricians and sheet metal workers and painters and all the things that we need to allow West Virginia to drive forward, wow, that's just exciting. And these are good-paying jobs. They're going to give lawyers a good run for their money. And I know in West Virginia, we have an ability to share that vision so that our kids looking out say, wow, there are going to be great opportunities into the future. There's going to be expanded VOTEC and training, and there's going to be a renewed focus on education. I want to be your education governor, and not just for the sake of having the title. Once again, we have to measure it. Where is West Virginia going in terms of its position among its competitors and within the states? One of the most surefire ways, I believe, of getting those numbers up is we have to keep going on school choice. The Hope Scholarship is a terrific program. I commend the legislature and the governor for initiating it. I was proud, as your Attorney General, to help successfully defend that law. As your next governor, I want to make sure that school choice in our state is known as the best and the broadest school choice policy in America. That's what I promise to you. And that's an opportunity we have to send a message of hope all across our state. Because you see, we're in the business of selling hope for our future generations. And we know that we have to make the tough decisions to be able to help sell West Virginia, not only to people within, but from folks that live outside the state as well, in order to affect progress on our number one challenge, and that's driving workforce participation up through the roof. Right now, we're 50th in workforce participation. That must change. We have to grow our population. But to do that, you have to begin making the tough decisions on what makes our state most attractive to come to. People are attracted to move to a place. And you've heard a lot of wonderful speakers. You're going to hear more about the amazing beauty of West Virginia. I think we're doing an incredible job on tourism. I think we're selling our state, and it's going to be the envy of so many states in America. But we still have to do more work. And so what do kids look for? What do families look for when they want to decide where to move? Well, they look at the tax structure, of course, right? I want to make sure West Virginia competes and wins as the lowest income tax, ultimately no income tax out of West Virginia. But first, to get there, we have to have the lowest income tax within the region. That's critical. I want to make sure that people know that the educational opportunities are going to be better than the other states that we touch. That's part of the reason why we have to keep pushing on school choice. We need quick change to reverse the dynamic of population decline here in West Virginia. We have to continue to build out on our infrastructure. And I'm not just talking roads and bridges. As I said, I applaud the roads to prosperity and the positive things going, but we have to make sure that on some of the modern infrastructure tools of the 21st century, West Virginia is winning. We don't need internet that moves at the speed of slow. We need to make sure that we have the right people in place taking on these big challenges. The next governor is going to be tasked with managing a lot of the significant federal dollars that are coming in to bring better connectivity to West Virginia. That's what young families are looking at when they want to say, where do I live? They want to have high-speed internet. They want the best schools. They want competitive taxes. And they want, many people want, those West Virginia conservative values. We can do all these things, transforming our state, while keeping what makes West Virginia great. So I'm a proud conservative, both a fiscal and a social conservative. And I think what you're going to find is we're going to take on a lot of challenges here in West Virginia in order to lift our state up. But I am excited about the future because there's a pathway that's being laid right now. And there's so much that we can get done. But make no mistake about it, the next governor is going to have to make those tough decisions to repurpose government the right way. That means looking to make state government more effective, more accountable than what we've seen in the past. We're moving into an era of new technology. AI is going to become more prevalent. How does West Virginia get out in front of that, both in terms of how it manages state government and how it takes advantage of our vast energy resources? Perhaps combining our energy resources with the new technologies of tomorrow, thinking about AI, thinking about technology, so that we can provide what new businesses are looking for. The future is very bright for West Virginia, but we're going to need to work together. I look out at this room, and I see a lot of people supported me in my primary. I want to thank you for that. But if you didn't support me in the primary, I ask for your help now because we are all on Team West Virginia now, and we have a chance to do some pretty amazing things together. But make no mistake, it's not going to be easy. We have to make sure Donald Trump is elected as our president. Otherwise, the kind of policies they're going to spit out, that's a full-time job defending against all that nonsense. And we have to make sure that West Virginia is out in front on all of these new governmental changes that we're going to push forward. We don't need as many state agencies. We don't need as many boards. We're going to be making those tough changes, and I ask you to take a look at it. I ask for your help and to get the word out, because that is what we need to make sure that all the good stuff that you're hearing about, that continues well into the future. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your West Virginia Attorney General. I love the state passionately, and I work hard every day, not just to sue the Biden administration, but to do great things to lift our standard of living and to accomplish things. Let's take on these challenges over the course of the next few years, and let's see West Virginia truly rise in those economic rankings. I thank all of you. Thank you, Steve, for giving me the opportunity to come here today. Look forward to spending some time with you. My name is Patrick Morrisey. I am your Attorney General. I hope to be your next governor. I appreciate it if you'd honor me with your vote and to get the word out. West Virginia's coming, baby, and nothing is going to stop us. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, General Morris. Thank you, General Morrisey, for joining us today. Our next speaker is the Democratic nominee for governor, Huntington Mayor Steve Williams. Steve Williams was elected mayor of Huntington in 2012. Essential services and first responders faced cuts and layoffs after the city's bond rating had recently been downgraded. Steve took decisive action to overcome these challenges, and in 2017, Huntington was selected as the $3 million grand prize winner of the America's Best Communities competition. Before being elected mayor, Steve built a successful career in banking and finance and served in the West Virginia House of Delegates. Wrapping up his time as Huntington's only three-term mayor, Steve Williams was nominated by the state Democratic Party to be their nominee for governor of West Virginia. Mr. Mayor, my mayor, welcome to the Business Summit.
Thanks, Mary Beth. It's so good to be able to be here. Good afternoon. It's an honor to be with each of you. As I was driving in today, I realized that my first business summit was in 1986. And I've worked with so many of you over the years, off and on over the years, but I'm visiting you today in a completely different capacity, as you know. I'm here to seek your support as I run for governor of the state of West Virginia. I'm here to talk about how we can together transform our state and our communities. I'm reminded of a saying that always resonated with me. If you want to know what someone is going to do, look at what they've done. My journey began right here in southern West Virginia. I was born in Bluefield, grew up in Athens, West Virginia, was educated in the Mercer County and Cabell County schools. After receiving a scholarship to play football at Marshall on the Young Thundering Herd, I earned my degree with honors and then went on, Dr. Gee, on up to WVU and got my master's in public administration. As you see, I am a West Virginian through and through. Blue and gold and green. My love for this state runs deep, and it's been the driving force behind everything that I've done. During my career, I've built economic development programs in the public sector. In private enterprise, I've held senior executive positions in an investment bank and as a retail investment brokerage principal. In the meantime, I was elected to 4 terms in the West Virginia House of Delegates and rose to the position of chair of the Banking Committee, and I also chaired the Higher Education Subcommittee in House Ed. After I left the legislature, I developed a successful career that took me to Chicago. I was in Chicago for 6 years. I was working with one of the largest banks in the nation. I was brought to Chicago to lead the bank's investment retail market, that entire market. This boy from Athens, West Virginia, now running that one big market. And know what I ended up finding? My experience taught me that a son of Appalachia could compete with anybody in the world. No matter how worldly or sophisticated they might be, we could stand shoulder to shoulder, toe to toe with them. And I learned that I could swim in the deep waters and thrive. Much of what I experienced and I learned in my 6 years in Chicago serves me to this very day. When I returned to Huntington, I helped our good friend Evan Jenkins when he had decided that he was going to run for a seat in the West Virginia State Senate. That experience led me back to elected service. I reintroduced myself to my community after 14 years being away. Introduced myself back to the community, ran for city council, and won. And 4 years later, I decided I needed to run for mayor because the problems facing my city required someone with my leadership skills and credentials to lead us out of our troubles. My mission was very simple: to transform my city and surrounding region to a path towards prosperity. And you notice I didn't say my city alone. The only way that we move forward is if we reach out and we draw everyone else in. I was elected mayor, and I'm proud to say that I have served for an unprecedented 3 terms in Huntington. When I took over, Huntington was in sharp decline. Essential services were being cut. The city was running 4 to 6 months behind in paying its bills. Our pension funds, and health care benefits were on the verge of failure. The city faced the threat of bankruptcy. We were at a crossroads. We grew to live by a mantra: make no little plans. Make no little plans. So we set our sights high, so high that we began to dream dreams so big that they make us hyperventilate. Eventually, people started buying into our vision of unbridled exceptionalism. We experienced a turnaround in our fortunes that other cities and local governments around the nation to this day visit us to explore and analyze our strategic approach. I worked alongside a brilliant, dedicated team to fix these problems, and today I'm proud to say that Huntington is experiencing a renaissance. Most significantly, we've lowered the crime rate, particularly violent crime, and we're the only market of the large metro markets in West Virginia that has increased its current employment level above pre-COVID levels. Huntington has been transformed from being known as the epicenter of the opioid epidemic to being the epicenter of the solution to the opioid epidemic. Huntington and its citizens now very proudly proclaim and embrace the moniker of America's best community, city of solutions. More recently, and I think of all of these, and probably the proudest of them, more recently listed by Wallet Hub, Huntington was listed as the 17th best run city in the nation, ahead of such cities as Baton Rouge, Louisville, Columbia, South Carolina, Boston, Columbus, Austin, Texas, and other much, much larger cities. And Huntington was also listed by U.S. News as the 48th best place to retire. In fact, we've cut taxes, including eliminating the B&O tax on manufacturing and on retail businesses. And we also cut in half service business B&O taxes. All of this was done to encourage businesses to choose location in our downtown area and in our industrial areas. By being strategic in our tax reductions, we've managed to attract additional business to our city. But aside from that, what we've been able to do is that we've been able to increase our revenue by over 33%. Cut taxes, raised revenue. Hell, I'm starting to sound like Reagan. I believe free markets, limited government, fiscal responsibility, the rule of law, and individual freedom are the building blocks for an entrepreneurial culture. An entrepreneurial culture brings prosperity and assures success in a competitive marketplace. I learned in my business pursuits that I would never establish market dominance by speaking negative about my competition. I came to understand the most effective way to make my light the brightest in the room was not by shooting out the other lights, but by making my light shine brightest by increasing the wattage. We will not build up our state by diminishing the lights of our competition. I believe in building up, not tearing down. Shining brighter by being brighter. I've built economic development programs. I've been an investment banker. I've been an investment brokerage executive. I've been a legislator, and now I'm a 3-term mayor of my hometown. Each of these roles has prepared me to lead our state towards a bright future. We must be determined to outshine our competition. Our competition are not our neighboring states. Our competition is the global marketplace. We have the capacity to set the market on innovation and to set standards that the rest of the world would seek to follow. We must believe that we can accomplish anything we set our minds to pursue. Communication, cooperation, collaboration, establish trust to build partnerships. These tactics together create hope. When I meet with Fortune 100 and Fortune 500 executives, the conversation often boils down to 3 things. They want a fair tax rate, a trained and educated workforce, and predictability. They don't want to be bogged down by social issues that political parties use to burnish their credentials, whether on the right or the left. We need a governor who can assure a stable and welcoming environment for businesses to thrive. As your next governor, I will deliver just that. I will set standards. I will set standards that no governor has sought to achieve. We have a challenge that no other state in the nation has. And they're not seeking to address. We rank at the bottom of nearly every meaningful measurement. Michelangelo is quoted as saying, "The greater danger for most of us is not that we set our goals too high and fall short, but we set our aim too low and achieve the mark." Ladies and gentlemen, we have to boost our expectations of ourselves and set standards that the rest of the nation seeks to emulate. We should expect platinum standards in innovation, economic development, health outcomes, infrastructure development, education attainment, and prosperity measures to lead the nation. We must create a platinum standard of care for women's health and become a haven for women's health and reproductive freedom. When we say mountaineers are always free, we need to make blessed certain that that means mountaineer women too. We will endeavor to be a top quintile state, becoming a top 5 state in all areas. We have that capacity. We must have that determination. I will focus on creating a business climate that fosters innovation and growth while also ensuring and assuring that every West Virginian has the opportunity to succeed. We have the potential to be a state where businesses flourish, families prosper, and our communities thrive. But to get there, we need leadership that understands the challenges we face and has taken a proven track record of turning challenges into opportunities. During the last 12 years, I've come to understand that being a small city, and for that matter, a small state in America, works to our advantage. We can identify quicker what works, sooner what doesn't, and faster how to fix it. That's our secret sauce. I've done it in Huntington, and I'm ready to do it for the state of West Virginia. Together, we can build a West Virginia that pauses for everyone, that works for everyone. Now, let me address one big old elephant in the room. I know many of you are concerned about the letter that I have after my name. Frankly, I've never been concerned about whether someone had an R or a D or an I or whatever else they could come up with. I'm only interested in results. I play with whomever is on the field. I could care less about party affiliation. The two letters I do have after my name are all that matters. W.V. I'm a West Virginian. I'm a son of Appalachia. I was born here. I was educated here. I built my career here. I met my wife here. My family is from here, and I will die here. I'm seeking to build a state with an economic environment and ecosystem that enables growth, builds prosperity, and fosters innovation, and assures the freedom to accomplish our aspirations without government mandate, but with government partnership. We need all hands on deck, not just hands of the proper political party, gender, race, or any other designation. All hands on deck. And if any of this runs contrary to your sensibilities, you have no business voting for me. If your idea of a successful governor means that he or she must be a party partisan, I'm just not your guy. I'm a West Virginian, and my only ambition is to serve our state and to do all that I can to transform our state. If what I'm saying sounds reasonable and hopeful, then keep listening and consider joining my team and begin to set standards that the nation will be seeking to follow. I want to build a swagger in our people. I want our residents to speak with pride. Stand tall. Square your shoulders when they say that they're from West Virginia. And when we hear or someone say or ask us the question, who in the world would have ever dreamed that this level of success could come from West Virginia? We all would step back and smile and say, we did. Get accustomed by saying 5 words. Remember 5 words if you don't remember anything else that I've said. West Virginians lead the way. West Virginians lead the way. Join our movement. Join us as we dream dreams so big they make us hyperventilate. Join us as we make no little plans. Together we will set standards that the nation will seek to follow. Go to my website, stevewilliamswv.com. Read what we're doing. Join our movement. Together, we will transform the next 50 years. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to invite one of our newest investments to the stage to talk about why they chose West Virginia. Ward Hackett, thank you for choosing West Virginia, and welcome to the Business Summit. Tell us a little bit about what you got going on.
Let's see. So Ward Hackett with Handcraft. I know the governor had her slide up a little bit earlier. Little background about Handcraft. We're a family-owned and operated company My wife's grandfather started handcraft in 1970 as a single dry cleaner in Richmond, Virginia. Today we service over 140 hospitals from Maryland to South Carolina, including a few here in West Virginia, which we're excited to hopefully grow. When we were looking for a location to build a new plant, we looked at a handful of different spots, and it became quickly apparent that the Berkeley area, or Berkeley County, Martinsburg area of West Virginia was going to be the right spot for us. Jim Linsenmeyer and his team, the whole team, economic development team, just went above and beyond. It was not like anything we'd experienced before, so, the writing was all on the wall pretty quick, and really we're just excited to get going. We're going to start moving dirt next week and start washing laundry this time next year, and we're excited to be part of the West Virginia community. So thank you all very much.
It's now my pleasure to welcome two of West Virginia's most recognizable figures to the stage. Dr. Gordon Gee, our host sponsor for the 88th Annual Meeting and Business Summit and the president of West Virginia University. He has devoted his career to higher education for more than 4 decades. He has helmed several universities, including the Ohio State University, Vanderbilt University, Brown University, and the University of Colorado. In 2014, he returned to the place where he began his distinguished university presidency career, West Virginia University. Time magazine has recognized him as one of the top 10 university presidents in the United States. And Tony Caridi, one of the most recognizable voices in West Virginia broadcasting. He has broadcast WVU football games and men's basketball since 1996, but his relationship with the university dates back to 1984 when he first came to Morgantown as a reporter for WAJR. In 2005, he coined the popular phrase, "It's a great night to be a Mountaineer wherever you may be." His current work includes hosting on the Mountaineer Sports Network. They'll be up here shortly. First, direct your attention to the video monitors for a special look at WVU.
There's a connection that sometimes it's difficult to articulate, but it's so meaningful.
I think it's the sense of community that you get here, even though it's a bigger school. There's just an excitement in the air.
I think that West Virginians have incredible ability to do something special. This university encapsulates this state.
We're a research university in a rural state. We have found ways to take our expertise and apply them to the needs of a rural population and to keep West Virginians here.
I'm from Renwick, West Virginia, a town that has about 170 people on a good day. The opportunities I've had here have allowed me to do things that I never would have imagined. I have access to science and engineering and technology that can really change the world. I'm proud of the work I've done. I know I couldn't have done it without WVU.
The faculty really do care, and they really want to see you succeed. I know that I came in here a completely different person than I'm leaving.
I think the sky is the limit for the potential of what can be achieved here at WVU and broadly across the entire state.
West Virginia University is home. It's a place where you can come to be inspired, to learn, but also inspired to have the opportunity to impact communities and give back.
WVU is a leader in the world for Alzheimer's treatments with ultrasound and addiction treatments. This technology can reduce the progression of Alzheimer's. It's powerful. A 20-minute treatment of ultrasound in the addiction part of the brain can reduce cravings for all types of drugs by 90% immediately and sustained. It's the collective community of West Virginia University and the vision and alignment that's enabled this. They say run as fast as you can and help change the world.
We have brought West Virginia to an international stage. WVU is right now the lead academic partner for the NATO Lock Shields exercise, where WVU students are representing the entire nation, just as an Olympic team, in the largest cybersecurity live fire exercise in the world.
Our astronomy program at WVU is world-renowned.
The discovery of fast radio bursts was made by a West Virginia University undergraduate student. That started the whole ball rolling. It's just been a source of amazement ever since.
And these physics frontier centers are large research centers funded by the National Science Foundation. And so that's really put us on the map. You know, the other universities that have these centers, they are mostly Stanford and Princeton and, you know, Caltech. We are really competing with the very best of the best.
We help develop standards for the practice of forensic science on a national level. We have faculty that have a contract with the Department of State with Costa Rica. So we're basically teaching all the forensic scientists in Costa Rica, like how to do forensic science. We also are involved in casework, and so we help on a day-to-day basis solve crimes and, in other cases, overturn wrongful convictions. Being a part of something really successful is a really proud feeling, and to know that I've contributed.
We are so fortunate to have the caliber of talent teaching the students.
I get very defensive when people start talking about the students. What I'm seeing every day are students who are coming to class, working hard, learning. They're respectful, they're organized, and they're good people.
I never would have imagined that I could do groundbreaking research here. In particular, my research focused on probing the morphological and mechanical changes in a C. elegans model of Huntington's disease, which is a real mouthful. In essence, I use this really fun machine that scans across the body of a microscopic worm, and it can tell pretty much how fast it wrinkles, which is really neat because now we can test different drugs and therapeutics on this model, which has never been done before, and it's happening right here at WVU.
WVU athletics is so important. It's a point of pride.
It's a really unique thing to get to do. It's bringing everybody into one space to celebrate something.
The impact on this state is priceless, and it's critical.
It's not about me or the program, it's about the people. It's about the environment. And when you put that together, great things can happen.
I really don't want anything more than to help people, and just because of all the help I got while I was here, I want to return that favor tenfold.
Being a West Virginian, I always grew up hearing that West Virginia's last. It's great to see our state being first. That gives me a sense of pride.
It is a great night to be a Mountaineer, wherever you may be.
Yes, indeed. It's also a great day to be a Mountaineer, wherever you may be. Good afternoon, everybody. It's our honor and pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. Mr. President, how are we, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you. Boy, what a crowd. Glad to have everyone here today.
This is your last go-around as the WVU president. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Yeah. Well, after 45 years, I've been university president for 45 years. The greatest gift has been to be able to return to West Virginia. This is my home. I'm not a native West Virginian. I'm a West Virginian by choice, as are you. And I think that is a gift. I think it's always. I have an adopted daughter. I always think you feel more passionate about adoption than you do even about your own children in some way.
Absolutely true. The video that we just saw tells a lot of stories about what's going on at WVU. And obviously, the university has gone through a recent period of transformation. So, a topic to jump into. What has been the perception and what is the reality as to what's going on at WVU right now?
I told a funny story, a true story last evening about the fact that one of the things I love to do is I love to go out late at night and visit with the students. And this past spring, I was out visiting late at night. I had, in fact, Azim Khan, who's here with me today. We left a pizza parlor, and these three guys were walking by, and one of them looked at me and he said to the other one, he said, "Isn't that Gordon Gee?" And the other guy said, "No, that's not Gordon Gee. He's dead." I want you to know, first of all, I am not dead, and secondly of all, the university is flourishing, and that to me is so important. When I think about it, I'll just talk about right now. We've just entered a new class, over 4,000 students with about a 3.8 plus average in terms of their academic preparation, the most prepared class in the history of the university. Secondly of all, we have our honors program is the largest class ever of students who have reached that golden standard. We have raised more money this past year than the history of the university. Our research has doubled over the last 3 or 4 years, which means that we now compete in the very best circles. And obviously, the opportunity for us to continue to bring business and industry. One of the things that people don't realize is the university combined with WVU Medicine is about an $8.5 billion business. We are the largest employer in the state. We create more jobs, and most importantly, we try to create more opportunity.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about WVU Medicine specifically, because it has grown. This is my 40th year in West Virginia. I got here in '84. You were the president then. And first time through. The WVU Medicine brand has grown. We saw Dr. Rezai on that video there. And can you kind of give us a little bit of insight to your mindset of putting the emphasis, putting the financial wherewithal into developing statewide what WVU Medicine has become?
Well, we developed a four-prong approach to the university. First was education. Obviously, education is tremendously important at the higher level, but it's really pre-K through life. And I heard several of our candidates talk about the fact that we need to make certain that we have jobs for everyone and we train everyone, and that is part of our mantra. The second thing is medicine. The third is prosperity, creating jobs. And the fourth is having a purpose. I want everyone at our university to really leave understanding who they are as a people. But one of the things we realized is that we couldn't have great education, we can't have great jobs, and we can't create opportunities unless we have a great health system. We have to have a healthy population. And so we decided as a group about 10 years ago when Albert Wright joined me, Clay Marsh joined me, we determined literally one night that we were going to build a great health system. And I can tell you now that no person needs to leave West Virginia to get great health care. No child needs to leave West Virginia to get great health care. And that is the greatest gift, I think, that we can give to the people of this state. And so I'm very proud of it.
60 minutes, sure, absolutely. Most folks here, I would assume, have seen the 60 Minutes piece featuring WVU and Dr. Rezai. Can you put into context what that means to the university, what that means to the state?
Well, we heard from several of our candidates here that West Virginia ranks 47th, 48th, 49th. We don't like those kind of rankings. It's wonderful for me as the university president. By the way, I've been president of a number of them, as you heard. And one of the things that I know is the fact that I've been president of institutions that are not nearly as good as they think they are. And I'm now president of an institution that is much better than it thinks it is. And that's what we have to understand. It is a world-class institution. Dr. Rezai and his team now are the leading advocates, authorities, and research center in the world for Alzheimer's. People come from all over the world to deal with that particular issue. A couple of other people, you saw the two astrophysicists. Well, they just won the Shaw Prize. The Shaw Prize is given to the best astrophysicists in the world. It is the Nobel Prize for Astrophysics. And the two of them had a wonderful thing. You heard one of them say a student discovered fast radio bursts. Well, that was, and the reason they're here is because of Green Bank, our great radio telescope. And but what they really discovered was something called gravitational waves, which when you read the certificate that was given to them, it says that was the final piece to prove that Einstein's theory of relativity actually works. And if you think about that, here are two wonderful people. So we have these world-class people. Chris Ramazan, whom you saw there, Chris is from Preston County, but yet he now leads in cyber and national security in this country. What a gift that is to us.
You bring up a bunch of good points. So, and we also saw forensic, right? West Virginia professors are in Costa Rica teaching the forensics program. That obviously is a key pillar. Cybersecurity is a key pillar. Could you kind of expand what, you'll be leaving, but what foundation has been set to take those next steps? What's the future look like in regard to this?
Our goal, frankly, is to keep to grow West Virginia's population, to keep our young people here. And so we have to do that through an educational system that allows that to happen. But we have to create jobs. We just have LG was here yesterday, the large South Korean $140 billion company. They have now situated themselves in West Virginia on our campus. If you drive past, you see it. And so the future is about creating jobs through the work of the university and through the work of our friends at Marshall. We are working very closely together. But it is terribly important that we take the research that we do and we take the teaching that we do and we make certain that students get the right kind of skills, but we have the jobs for them. One of the things that I've discovered about West Virginia, which I think is very troubling to me, we've exported coal, oil, and gas, but we've exported talent. We have to stop that, and that's the role of the university, is to create the jobs, create the opportunity, train the people, and keep them here.
Along that line, COVID has changed so much, right? And that's an understatement in itself. It's changed our world. It's changed education tremendously. Student retention is also a key metric that has been changed through that. Where does that stand right now? How do you increase that or improve that?
One of the things we're very, very proud of is the fact that even though we've lost some population in terms of our first-year students, and we read about we have stemmed that tide, but what we really have done is we really have increased our retention greatly. It's wonderful to have students enter, but we want them to graduate. I tell them, eventually we want them to have fun and do all of those other kinds of things, but get the hell out of here eventually and get a job. And our retention rates are way up, and that is, of course, to me, the gold standard for what we're trying to accomplish.
You've mentioned that over the course of 45 years being a university president, you've been at various institutions, and you came back twice to West Virginia University. West Virginia as a state, 1.8 million people approximately. It's a state land-grant institution. Give us your perspective after seeing other institutions of higher learning. What makes West Virginia special in your view? What makes West Virginia a challenge? Yeah. And what must WVU continue to do going forward?
Well, first of all, we compete in the Big 12, and a lot of great institutions there, as you well know. And I get a chance to talk to all those presidents. Many of them have great envy about some of the things that we're doing because we really focus on student success. And when I came, we had about 100 student groups. We have over 500. Everyone can find their place at the university. Everything from Habitat to Humanity to the Young Communist League. Not really, just kidding you. But anyway. But the whole point about it is the fact that what we are doing is we're really creating a way for our students to be able to be attuned to the institution, but to the state. And so the future for us is really about creating that kind of a dynamic. And I'm very pleased with what we are doing.
We chatted the other day, and one thing that you had said to me that kind of stood out is you said we have this twofold approach that we look at. We are a major research university. We're also the people's university. And among the 55 counties that we have in the state, I know that you are very proud of the 4-H program. And someone say, well, what's the big deal? What's the significance of that in your view?
I tell everyone it's very interesting, having been in this role for a long period of time. West Virginia is an unusual university. We were established by Abraham Lincoln. We are Mr. Lincoln's university. 1862, the Land Grant Institution Act was passed, the Morrill Act. 1863, we became a state. Then the institution was established. And it was established to make certain that everyone had access to education. But because we were such a small state, we didn't establish a liberal arts university. We were both. And so right now we're Michigan and Michigan State combined. We're Iowa and Iowa State combined. We're Indiana and Purdue combined. So we are doing the kind of research that is done in many of the world-class institutions, but we're taking it to the people of the state. I travel the state every year, 55 counties, love the opportunity to be there, but we make certain that our 4-H programs, our Energy Express programs, all of our extension programs, which are part of who we are, that they really are embedded in the various communities and make a difference to all those people. Our 4-H program, by the way, is really the best in the country.
Yep. Fantastic. We're here in Greenbrier County, and on that video, you saw a young man by the name of Zach Ellis, who is a native of Renwick, West Virginia, and as he said, population a little bit under 200, and then I'm not even going to pretend to explain what it was that he was doing with that worm. But anyway, you know, when I interviewed him for this piece, and he said that, and I was looking at him, and I'm thinking to myself, and I've been to Renwick, and I went like, that in itself encapsulates exactly what a state land-grant institution is supposed to do. Take any kid and give him an opportunity and let them spread their wings. And I was like, it worked. Boom, right there.
Yeah. You know, he's a prime example of what I'm talking about. You know, kids come from small towns, Appalachian communities, a variety of other things. And when they come to the university, all of a sudden the light goes on, and they have opportunities they've never thought they'd had before. You know, when I was the president of Brown or the chancellor of Vanderbilt, kids came there, and because of the fact that they had all the gifts in the world given to them. Our kids come because they want to have their gifts given to other people. You know, there are as many geniuses in West Virginia as there are in California. In fact, I would say that there are more given what's going on in California. But the whole point is the fact that we need to untap that ability for our people, and that's what the university is doing right now.
Right. You take a look at the Zach Ellis's,
Absolutely.
And certainly you sell that story. Put your crystal ball in front of you here and give us a look as to what you think education becomes over the next 5, 10, 15 years. What does college look like?
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be, again, a momentous change, the same way that as you and I have been talking about the changes that are going on in athletics. It's accelerating. And so what universities have to do is they really have to rethink the way that they deliver their product, so to speak. We now have the Mountaineer micro-credentialing program. We have another number of programs that are really reaching out into the communities and connecting ideas from the university with those communities, which I think is tremendously important. So it's going to be much different. I will tell everyone, though, that I think that the big challenge for higher education right now is 3 things. One, obviously financial. We have overreached ourselves. We have charged too much tuition for not enough ability for people to achieve. It's become very difficult. We have lost a lot of momentum there. Secondly of all, we have a demographic cliff. For some reason, in 2008, people stopped having babies, and you know, I'm very encouraging of that. And so please continue that in some way or other. And but the real issue for me. I know that was not in the script.
There's a lot of lines we could go with right there.
Yeah, that wasn't in the script. I know that, but the real issue for me, I spoke. I delivered the keynote address to the Gallup organization in Omaha about 3 months ago, and so I took a look at the Gallup rankings for universities. In 1980, when I became university president. The ranking was that 95% of the American public thought that higher education was good. The latest Gallup poll, it is now down to 35%. What that simply means is that universities have lost the trust of the American people. And that is the future. We've got to regain that trust, and we've got to do it through a number of ways. We've got to do it through developing all sorts of different kind of programs. We've got to make certain that we're not canceling people, that we're not creating program or creating activities on which students are being vilified in various ways. We've got to make certain that students feel free to say what they want to, that faculty feel free to say what they want to. We've got to, again, become universities and not simply political entities. I think that's very important.
Let's talk a little bit about, sure. Let's talk a little bit about cost of education. And you indicated it did one of these, and it needs to become more affordable. You also mentioned that you had the all-time record-setting year in fundraising at the university this year. So how do we get a way to control costs so that there isn't a massive student debt upon graduation?
45% of our students at West Virginia graduate without any debt, one of the highest in the country in that regard. And our goal is to make certain that no one graduates with debt as an undergraduate. Sure. And so that's part of our fundraising effort, is to make certain that we are providing a lot of scholarships and support. But also we're keeping our tuition very low. When I was the president of Brown, I would wait for Harvard to set its tuition, and I'd do ours $100 less. And that, that was the only thing I thought about. But here, as I travel the state, I think about families, I think about their strain, I think about the kids are having to work a couple of jobs to get a great education. We have to make certain as a university that everyone has the opportunity to have a great education without a great burden when they leave, and that is our goal.
I started off by talking about the transformation that has taken place. You read various periodicals. Was West Virginia ahead of the curve into what most schools will have to do eventually?
Let me talk about the transformation for just a second, because a lot of people have read about that. Yes, we led the way, and being the point of the spear is not necessarily fun, but it was necessary. And the thing that I can say about what we did is we did it with transparency, we did it with data, and we did it very quickly. We wrung the problems out of the institution. West Virginia University, I can tell you this unequivocally, West Virginia University today is a much stronger, a much better institution than it was several years ago, and it is a world-class place, and that's what I'm very proud of.
Very good. We're not going to go over our time limit. I've got a clock right here, but I would be remiss in our final few minutes. In 45 years as a university president, you have been centrally involved in some of the most precedent-setting decisions in the world of collegiate athletics. And as we embark upon a new season starting this coming weekend, and a new Big 12 that has 16 schools in it, and constant rumbling of change and transformation, and a new college football playoff that you were among the members to say yes to, this college sports thing, from where you started to where it is, where's it going?
Well, all I can say is that it is a moving target that is moving very quickly. Our goal at West Virginia University is to make certain we're inside whatever circle is being created. I have to laugh about the fact that, I co-chair the college football playoff, and we've gone to 12 teams, and we're all trying to struggle to make certain that this works. But the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference, the SEC, because I'm constantly pushing all these ideas, He said on ESPN the other day that I'm the most dangerous man in college athletics. And, I'm 145 pounds and 5'5". I don't look very dangerous, but he thinks I'm the damn devil. But there it goes. We're going to get this thing right, but we have to work very hard at it.
There's this beautiful synergy, this beautiful marriage of what collegiate athletics can do on a university. I think it's probably amplified more so than in most other places at West Virginia University. Neil Brown said this recently. He says there's 3 schools in the country that are similar in the passion that fans have to the university, and that would be Nebraska, Arkansas, and West Virginia, because it matters, because people care. How does that energy, do you think, impact the university?
Well, first of all, one of the things that I laugh about, Mayor Steve was just here. I will be the mayor of the biggest city in West Virginia on Saturday. I want you to know that, because our stadium is the biggest city when it's full. But the issue is that the athletic opportunities here are so vast for the impact that it has on the state. The hopes and dreams of so many people really tie themselves to that flying WV. I just in my recent travels, I ran into a fellow who was really, I don't know, he was probably 70, a young guy, 70, and he said that he could not get you on the radio or on the television or on the radio, and so he had to go to the top of a very high hill in order to be able to pick you up. That kind of passion is something that I've never seen and something that I really deeply value. It really goes to my heart.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so closing it up. You will stay on at the university. Tell us about what Gordon Gee's future will look like.
I will finish my term as president, and a lot of people will be grateful for that. But I'm going to finish strong. I think that's important. And then I will. I have really told everyone I'm going to kind of disappear for a year. I think that the old president shouldn't be hanging around with the new president. When I was the president or the chancellor of Vanderbilt, I had 3 chancellors in my building. One was 102, one was 95, and the other one was 85. Thank God, all I had to do is give them artificial respiration. But but for me, I want to do, and I'll go and teach somewhere or do whatever. But I'm going to return because I believe in this state. I believe in its future. I believe that I still have something to contribute. But I'm going to do it from the sidelines, and I'm going to really enjoy that, as a matter of fact.
Well, you have left an indelible mark in the state of West Virginia and the history of West Virginia University. On behalf of all the Mountaineers, we thank you from the bottom of our heart, and we wish you continued success.
Thank you. I would thank you very much. I would hold it. I've got one quick story that I want to tell before I leave, and that is that one of the other things I love to do is I love to go out at night or in the evening and eat in the student residence halls. So this spring I was there. I sat down with a young lady, and she says to me, and I said to her, what year are you, a freshman? What are you studying, sociology? I said, where are you from? I'm from New Jersey. And I said, do you live here? And she said, yes. I said, do you like your roommate? And she said, yes. Then she looked at me and she said, well, when you were in college, did you live in a dorm? And I said, yes. And she said, well, did you have a roommate? And I said, yes. His name is Abraham Lincoln. And I thought she was going to say, oh, that's funny. But instead, her eyes rolled around. She knew the name was familiar. She couldn't quite figure out where it was. Finally, she said, well, did you guys get along? And I want you to know she's doing very well at Penn State. So we're going to beat the hell out of them. How does that sound?
Ladies and gentlemen, WVU President Gordon Gee. Thank you all very much.
Let me just say, Steve Roberts, where are you? Would you, on your team, would you please come up here? Yeah, please come up here. Yeah. You know, we have this summer, we've got a project going called Fly the Flag. And it's been flying in so many different places. I see it all the time. But we would be really remiss, Steve, if we didn't give you and your great team a flying WVU flag and to make certain that it flies very high over your office and everywhere else. So give them a round of applause. They do such a great job. Thank you, Steve. Thank you.
I'm going to, what's your... And what I have to say is this has been a long time in coming. So thank you very much. Thank you so much.
President Gee and Tony are both wonderful gifts for our state. And President Gee, I hope you don't disappear too long. Now it's my pleasure to welcome another West Virginian who has become a national entity and is a friend to so many in this room. Chris Stirewalt serves as political editor and anchor of The Hill Sunday on News Nation, which is televised Sunday mornings at 10 a.m. He is a former political editor for Fox News Channel and is a senior fellow at American Enterprise Institute, where he focuses on American politics, public opinion, and the media. He is the author of national bestseller, Broken News, How the Media Rage Machine Divides America and How to Fight Back, and also Every Man a King, which explores populism in American history. Chris, it's wonderful to have you back with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I know you people are running a little behind today, but I want you to know I'm going to keep it under 2.5 hours. I may need the third hour. We'll see what happens. Oh, and I even have a convenient God clock here to tell me when to shut up. Though many people have tried for a long time, including Ann Eli, to shut me up, and no one has ever succeeded. So I have a question for you, which is, what do you people want? What do you people want? We've tried in Washington to give you everything that you said that you want, and you're never happy, right? You wanted dramatic change, youth movement, first non-white president, all of this stuff, hope, change, but you didn't like that. So then we said, what about the host of The Celebrity Apprentice? What about MAGA? What about old school? What about taking it back? What if we go back? You didn't like that. And then we said, what about saltine crackers? What about the most boring possible version of politics? Delaware. If you have one thing that seems like the most boring possible version of politics, it's Delaware. And you didn't like that. So now we have to have another election, which is super annoying for you, great for me. It's very, I don't know if it's good for the country, it's very good for me personally, and I'm sorry that you have to be afflicted with it. But Washington is still trying to figure out what you want, right? What do you want? If you would just tell them what you want, they would try to give it to you. But you don't know. So we have this problem, which is what America wants Washington to do, Washington cannot do. It is not within, even in a highly functioning, effective Washington, which we most certainly do not have, even in a highly effective, well-oiled machine, whatever the peak year you think it was for the functionality of the U.S. government and our political system, whatever, and depending on your party, you're going to think of a different year. But whenever you think it was the best, even then, the government could not do it. And the problem is this. If we worship the wrong things, we will always be disappointed in our idols. If we worship the wrong things, we will always be disappointed in our idols. If we worship power, if we worship authority, if we worship the government, if we worship political might, we will always be disappointed because these are bad idols, right? These are false idols that can't deliver us the things that we want. So we're living in a time in America where we built bad idols and we continue to be dissatisfied with them. And then the other people say, what you got to do is let our team be in charge for a minute, and then you'll have what you want. But the other team can't do it either, because nobody is going to pay off the empty space that is in American public life. So, first, in order to short-circuit Mark Carter's questions, I'm going to just tell you what is the lay of the land for the presidential race, how does it look for the United States Senate, what is going to happen. And I will tell you that for the past 2 years, voters of the United States were very clear about what they wanted in the presidential election, which was not these two people, right? The one thing that America had, we had supermajority agreement on, was there has to be somebody other than two elderly white dudes from the mid-Atlantic region of the United States challenging each other to push-up contests. There has to be something other than a rematch. And guess what? One of the parties was able to do what the people wanted, which was something else. Right now, Kamala Harris is riding high because she has met the mandate of her challenge, which is to not be Donald Trump and not be Joe Biden. And she is very much, you just look at her, you listen to her, and you know that she's not either one of those guys. And so, amazingly, at this moment, she represents both status quo and change. How do you like that? How do you like a candidate who at the same time can represent generational change, a shift in mood, a shift in attitude, a shift in all this stuff, and be the sitting vice president of the United States? That's a pretty good trick, right? That's a really good trick. How much is she winning by? She's winning by, right now, enough to win. That's how much she's winning by. And you know the rule. You can look at the swing state polls. You want to look at the swing state polls. You're going to tell me, Chris, but what about the swing state polls? And the swing state polls, some of them are good, and some of them aren't so good. But if you just want your easy index for how a presidential race is going, just look at the national average. And then remember that for a Democrat to win the Electoral College, they need to win by more than 3 points nationally, because the 7 swing states are a little bit more than 3 points more Republican than a nation as a whole, right? So if you're up 4 points nationally, you're in play in North Carolina as a Democrat. You're in play in Georgia. You're in play in Arizona. A month ago, we were in a race that Donald Trump couldn't lose, basically, right? It was his to lose, not to say that he couldn't have found a way to lose it, but it was his to lose. Republicans had in a tie race nationally, Republicans are going to win in the Electoral College, and they're going to win soundly in the Electoral College because they're going to win all the states they're supposed to win. They're going to win North Carolina, they're going to win Georgia, they're going to win Arizona, and then they're going to flick one of those states in the blue wall. They're going to get Wisconsin, or they're going to get Michigan, or they're going to get Pennsylvania. That's how Donald Trump won in 2016. Now the story is the Democrats are set to win all the states they're supposed to win, and then in that southern tier, they just are going to, if they flip one, if any state south of the Mason-Dixon line of those states goes blue, the Democrats win. If those states below the Mason-Dixon line all stay red and one of those 3 states in the northern tier goes red, the Republicans win. It's about that simple. I'm going to make a ton of money over the next 70 days saying that in different ways on different audiences. But basically, that's how you do the math. There's 7 states. The Republicans have to win all of those plus one of those. Democrats have to win all of those plus one of those. Pretty simple. And right now, Democrats are doing it. And they're doing it because here's a problem. Republicans are furious that Kamala Harris is not being held to account. She's not giving interviews. She's not fleshing out her policy positions. She's being dishonest about things. They say this is outrageous. What is Kamala Harris doing? She's doing what Donald Trump did, right? Kamala Harris is saying, I'm going to be, well, what do we know about the past 3 or 4 presidents that we've had? When they ran for office the first time, they were ciphers. You didn't know what they were. You didn't know what they were about. What was Barack Obama about? Hope and change. What were the policy positions? We'll get to it. We'll talk about it later, but right now it's a vibe. He fleshed out in his primary run against Hillary Clinton a health care policy that he later had to light on fire and sink to the bottom of the Potomac River because he knew that it wouldn't work, and he ended up stealing Hillary Clinton's plan for putting in his national health insurance program. Obama runs as a cipher. Cast on me what you want me to be, and I'll be it. Okay. Then we get the next one. Donald Trump. What was Donald Trump about? The wall, we're going to build the wall, and we're going to make Mexico pay for it. How are you going to make Mexico pay for it? Well, it's complicated, and it has to do with tariffs and NAFTA or something. You're like, okay, well, all right, that's fine. But he was running on making America great again. He was running on a vibe. And when it came to policy specifics, it was thin and changeable. Because Donald Trump's whole argument is what? I don't want to let them know what I'm doing too much because I need to maintain maximum flexibility right up until the end. As the good people at the Heritage Foundation and a bunch of other places have found over the years, that flexibility can be consequential for supporters and people who are along for the ride. Sometimes you can ask pro-lifers in America today how it feels. It doesn't feel great for them. But the flexibility, and I'm saying this just as a crass practitioner, a person who has covered politics for decades, I like to see it practiced well. What Donald Trump has been able to get away with the Republican Party has been amazing, right? I'm the most pro-life president ever. I'd be the best choice for women's reproductive choice. I'll be the best president for women's reproductive health ever. Both of these things cannot be true. But Republicans let him get away with it. They don't hold his feet to the fire. We can remember a time in American politics, some of us can remember a time in American politics, when parties did not do that. And remember George Bush, and he was going to reform entitlements? How hilarious does it now sound that once upon a time we had a president of the United States who got reelected and said, we're going to tackle entitlement reform. And they didn't want it. They didn't want him to do that, and they beat him up, but good. And then he said, okay, we got to do something coherent on immigration. We need a coherent immigration plan. And they busted his brains in. The Republican Party, the members of the Republican Party, slaughtered George W. Bush for trying to get an immigration package through. It was the beginning of a lot of what's going on in Republican politics today, was opposition to George W. Bush, yes, on entitlement reform, but also on immigration. And they punished their guy. Republicans hurt George Bush to try to obtain, in some cases, political advantage for themselves. Okay, so that was that. What did Joe Biden run on? I'm not Donald Trump. What did he say? Did he say he was a bridge? He saw himself as a bridge? Basically, he promised to be a caretaker president and not do much. He said, and he didn't say one term, right? He didn't say one term, much like many people at the bar tonight will not say one drink. They will not say one drink. They will leave the strong impression with their spouse that they meant one drink. Joe Biden left that impression with the Democratic Party in the country that he was just going to be a placeholder, a caretaker president. And then what happened? This is, of all of the wild business that I have gotten to cover in my job, this is one of the wildest. So Donald Trump loses the election in 2020. And he goes down to Georgia, where there's 2 Senate seats up on which rest control of the United States Senate. Now, let me tell you that John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock have no business winning in Georgia, especially Raphael Warnock winning back-to-back. And yet he did. How did he do it? How did he do it? Because Donald Trump went down to Georgia and dared people to vote for their guys, for Kelly Loeffler and the other guy, Perdue. They dared them to do it. And the voters of Georgia said, this is too weird, this is too much, and they gave Joe Biden a very unexpected Democratic Senate. And it was one of the worst things that happened to Joe Biden. Because if Joe Biden had come in with old Mitch McConnell sitting over at the Senate, what would he have told progressives in his party? He'd have said, "Oh, hippies, I love you. I love you. You know, if it, you know, I marched on Washington. I did it all with you, and I wish I could be part of it, but unfortunately, those mean old Republicans in the Senate won't let me have what I want." But instead, he bought into one of the most dangerous things that you can buy into in politics, which is, actually, I am a man of destiny, a woman of destiny. Actually, I'm going to do this. And he had meetings at the White House with presidential historians, and they were having a debate. Honest to God, Joe Biden, no offense to the sitting president of the United States, spent a long time in the Senate. We knew the answer to this question a long time ago about whether he was more like FDR or more like Lyndon Johnson. And the answer is, of course, neither. He is more like a guy from Delaware who was a good, moderate, corporate-friendly kind of Democrat in the United States Senate who hacked out, ham and egged a pretty impressive 3 decades and ended up, through very unusual circumstances, called Donald Trump as the president of the United States. But then he listened to the people that said, you've been anointed to do all of this. And then how did it work out? People were furious, right? That was the period of time in which Joe Manchin was president of the United States for like a 6-week period, right? We remember the era, right, where Democrats were skating on very thin ice, trying to get stuff through. They didn't have the votes. They're trying to get it through. They're calling. It was just a mess. So if you imagine the very first part of Joe Biden's presidency, we could say he passed something that America wanted, which was a big pork barrel infrastructure spending package. As West Virginians, we know it's always popular. Free money for infrastructure remains. I assume this room is named for Robert Byrd in some way. I assume there is an asterisk bird on this room. But We know that free money for infrastructure is popular. And so they had that. And that could have been, if Joe Biden would have had an infrastructure bill and done all that, it would have been a very different story. But he got the itch, right? He got the thing. I'm a bigger deal. It's a bigger deal. I actually have to run. I'm not a bridge. I'm the destination. I'm not the bridge. I'm the destination. This is what's happening. Then an amazing thing happened. Democrats wanted to win. And they didn't care whether it hurt Joe Biden's feelings or not. I mean, they cared, but they didn't care that much. You saw the convention. If anybody watched the Democratic National Convention, we can say they cared, but not too much, right? If you put the sitting president of the United States on stage at 11:45 at night on the first night of the convention, right, this is not what we would call glory, laud, and honor. This is not what we would say is the hosannas. Nancy Pelosi said that Joe Biden deserves to be on Mount Rushmore. And I said, you want to put him on Mount Rushmore, he can't even get on Tuesday of the convention week. What do you, like, they don't mean it. They obviously don't mean it because they're very grateful that he left. And it was smart of them to push him out. It was good. It was judicious to push him out. That was not what the country wanted. And he was obviously, somebody, a Republican member of Congress said to me, what about the complicity of Kamala Harris in the cover-up about Joe Biden's age? And I was like, do you think they covered it up? Do you feel that we did not know? Do you think that we were like, he seems great. He seems like he's not having any trouble at all. The look on his face, like he is a dog going across a linoleum floor that's been freshly waxed, and you're like, brother, you're going to make it. You're going to get across. You just got to pick those paws up one at a time, and you got to get across. It was not a cover-up. It was a lie. It was stuff people say in politics, right? When you ask people who are professional politicians, who are spokespeople for politicians, and Bill Bissett, I don't mean any disrespect to you when I say this, what are they going to tell you? What they're supposed to tell you, right? I don't ask Democrats for opinions about what Republicans are doing, right? Because what are they supposed to say? I don't ask Republicans' opinions about what Democrats are doing because what are they supposed to say? Now, very occasionally, you'll hear somebody from one side say something nice about the other side, and then your ears should prick up. And you should say, okay, that's interesting. But when they say the other people are the worst and we're the best, who cares, right? That's just some stuff politicians say. But Biden started believing his own stuff. And you know we don't mean stuff. He started believing it, and he thought he was the destination and not the bridge, and his party pushed him out. Here's a question. If we could put the members of the Republican National Committee under sedation and give them sodium pentothal and ask them, would you like to replace Donald Trump as your nominee? Would you like to be able to do to Donald Trump what the Democrats did to Joe Biden? What do you think they would do? Yeah, because they're losing. They don't want to lose. They want to win. They want to win. They want to win not just because they believe in the things that they say and they support the issues that they say they support, but they also want to win because they want to win because it's their job. It's what they do. They want to win. In 1968, we reinvented politics. We reinvented politics in the United States around the issue of the Vietnam War. In the aftermath of the Civil Rights Movement, and where we switched parties, right? Black voters went from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, and then the Vietnam War came along, and it ripped apart the Democratic coalition, right? Young voters were furious. They didn't do it. What did Democrats do in 1968? They went to Chicago, and they had a very different experience in Chicago. Did you see those 1,500 weirdos with bicycle helmets on yelling about, and I like that they weren't even all one kind of protester. It was sort of like a coalition of the willing weirdos, that they all were there with their bicycle helmets on. And while we're talking about Palestine, I'd also like to talk about, owl habitat sustainability. So they end up with these 1,500 weirdos or whatever under a railroad bridge talking. 1968 was tens of thousands of protesters came to Chicago furious, rightly so. They were rightly furious at a federal government that was lying to them about the Vietnam War and, as we would find out from the Pentagon Papers later on, making calculated decisions that were costing American lives based on the political needs of the next cycle. Of all the bad stuff that happened in America in that tumultuous period from the early 60s to the mid-70s, the lying about it and letting Americans go serve and die for a war that they knew was not winnable is among the greatest odiums that we can think of. The protesters who came in 1968 were mad about that. What else were they mad about? They didn't want to get drafted. So you want to start a youth movement, tell people that they're going to get called up and they're going to have to go to Vietnam. Joe Biden and Donald Trump both found ways to avoid that, right? They figured out how not to do that. Joe Biden had asthma, Donald Trump had bone spurs, see you later. But the people who were marching in Chicago had real material, they had skin in the game. The Democratic Party jammed through the sitting vice president in one of the most impressive coups, and I don't mean coup as in the way the Republicans mean coup. I mean successes. It was an amazing switcheroo that they pulled, and they got Hubert Humphrey in. But they forced Hubert Humphrey in as the presidential nominee over the objections of the majority of their party, over the concerns of the people in their party. What was the reaction? The reaction was we radically started to transform our system for how we choose candidates. And what did we get? We got the primary system. And when I tell you that I hate the primary election system, each day my burning rage against the American primary system grows like an ember in my heart, because it makes our politics stupid, it makes us angrier at each other, it disincentivizes success. To put it in corporate speak, it disincentivizes success. You want a system that rewards people who are good at their job. What's the job of Congress, by the way? Compromise. The whole job of Congress is to compromise, to make deals. There are a limited number of dollars. Well, there used to be a limited number of dollars. There's a limited number of miles of road. There's a limited number of things, of goods and things that the federal government has control over, and the job of Congress is to compromise among the states and the people about who gets what. What's the best way to lose your seat in Congress now? Be good at that. Be good at that, and you will be punished. You will be cast out. David McKinley had a seat in Congress from West Virginia. What did he lose that seat for? He was compromising because he made a deal. That tells you something about what's going on. So we got the primary election system in America as a response to what happened in 1968 and then intensified by what happened with Watergate. Because right at the middle of the Watergate scandal was the Republican National Committee being used as a little bit of a slush fund for Nixon and the way the campaign finance was done. So from 1968 to 1976, we undertook this period of extraordinary reform. And one of the ideas of reform was we're going to have a primary election system, and it's going to hold the people in power accountable. How's it going? How are you feeling the accountability? Do you feel the accountability? Is it just all of that accountability washing over you at home as you think how accountable these people are? No. What's the best way to win a primary election? Out crazy, all the crazies standing in the room with you. You got to get to the left or the right of whoever else is in the room, take the most extreme position, and then Katie bar the door. You just hope that you can do it. Then we send those people into office, and guess what we hope that they do, is that they flip-flop. They come back in. Kamala Harris may or may not believe any of the stuff that she's saying. I don't know. I don't know if she believes, I have no idea what her actual opinion about fracking is. I have no idea what her actual opinion about these things is, and that's what she wants. She wants it that way because it is in her advantage to be flexible. So that if she gets in office, if she wins, She can do what she needs to do. She can make the deal. She can do what she needs to do. Here's the remarkable part. Republicans figured out that if they let their guy go off the tether and let him say or do whatever he wanted to do or say, it worked a lot better. You remember how those Republicans treated Mitt Romney? They treated him worse than that dog he strapped on the roof of his car. They were mean to Mitt Romney. They yelled at Mitt Romney all the time about what he was doing and how he was a rhino, and they were da-da-da-da-da. Donald Trump, the Republicans got to a permission structure with themselves that they were like, let Trump be Trump. I guess he's just going to do whatever he's going to do. That's better for winning elections. Kamala Harris is doing it back to Republicans now, right? Now she's doing it back. And Republicans say, when are you going to be accountable? When are you going to sit down and do an interview? When are you going to flesh out your policy positions? And she's like, it's about joy. I feel joy. There's so much joy in the room, I can't stop feeling joy. Now, unfortunately for the Republicans, they're not in a great position to talk to people about these issues, right? They're not in a super position. Say what you will about old J.D. Vance, and many people have said many things about old J.D. Vance. But he is out there grinding it out, man. He is doing a good job at this part of it. He was a dangerous pick. It was an unnecessary risk for Trump to take, and one that I'm sure he would not have taken if Biden were already out of the race. You don't do that. You don't make your son and Tucker Carlson happy with a pick. You would have picked somebody who would have reached out to persuadable women in the suburbs, moderates, people who can win outside of Philly, win outside of Pittsburgh and Milwaukee and Detroit and Atlanta and Phoenix. But J.D. Vance is doing it, right? You want to see what campaign discipline looks like? J.D. Vance is out on that trail every day. He's on message. He's on talking points, and he is punching Kamala Harris and the Democrats right in the teeth, effectively. He's pushing stories that are bad for Democrats, and he's staying on it with real message discipline. What's Donald Trump up to? Has anybody heard from Donald Trump lately? Well, it's a different story. It's a different story. And the Republicans who say that Donald Trump should talk about the issues if he wants to win are right in this sense. It would be good if he talked about anything consistently. You know the story he tells about the electric boats and the sharks? Tell it every day. Talk about Silence of the Lambs every day. Pick a message, be boring, stay on it. That's what you do. That's how you win. I have never covered or seen a politician as good at that as George W. Bush, right? Condors could be flying down and attacking the press corps, and he would say, this is about jobs and bringing America back and opportunity, and we look forward to seeing what happens in November. Doesn't matter. He was on message. He was a super disciplined campaigner. Why do they do it? Because it works. You figure out the 4 things you're going to say, and you repeat them over and over. We hate them in the press. You can confirm, Stephen, you can confirm. In the press, we hate it because we love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an endless font of copy. For 8 years, no American reporter who covers politics has had to say, I wonder if Trump's got anything interesting to say. I wonder if he's got anything on this. And you're like, oh my gosh, and he put it on the internet so I can just copy and paste it right into my story. I don't even need to call anybody. This is fantastic. So Donald Trump is struggling with all of that. He may yet win, right? I'll give him about the same odds of winning now as I did at this point in 2016, which is about 1 in 5, which is pretty good. You wouldn't get on an elevator that had a 1 in 5 chance of falling. You wouldn't get on an airplane that had about a 1 in 5 chance of crashing. It's pretty good. How would that happen? What's the scenario like where that happens? The scenario is that Democrats lose their nerve. Because right now, did you see the American flags at the Democratic National Convention? I thought Lee Greenwood was about to walk out from behind stage and sing God Bless the USA. I haven't seen Democrats this patriotic since VE Day. I mean, this is like, whoa, what is going on here? Did you see the hostage families give their speech at the Democratic National Convention? If you'd asked me when the hostage families gave their remarks at the Republican National Convention, would the Democrats do the same thing? I said, no, they'd get booed. there'd be a backlash against them. They wouldn't risk it. They got chance of bring them home. The Democrats have decided they want to win. And by the way, Democrats do want to bring them home. Democrats are patriotic. They do love the country. Maybe not Lee Greenwood style, but if you've ever seen the Whitney Houston national anthem from the Desert Storm era Super Bowl, that is the patriotism that the Democratic Party deeply and profoundly feels. It's real. But why don't they show it? Why don't they express it? In the past, they didn't express it because who would it offend? Some key group of voters. Well, I'll put it this way. Why didn't the uncommitted pro-Palestine constituency in the Democratic Party get a speaking slot this time? They would have if Joe Biden was the nominee. And you know why they would have if Joe Biden was the nominee? Because those 15,000 voters or whatever were effectively holding ransom on Michigan's electoral votes. We'll stay home if you don't give us what we want. We'll punish you if you don't give us what we want. And they would have taken the slot during the DNC, and they would have denounced Israel from the stage, and it would have hurt Democrats in Pennsylvania, would have hurt them in other voters in Michigan, would have hurt them with moderates. And they would have done it because they would have been afraid. Chris Christopherson wrote the line, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Democrats decided they want to win. And they're willing to let portions of their party go pound rocks in order to win. That's how you win. They're doing back to Republicans what Republicans did to them. And Republicans do not like it. They do not like it one little bit. They've all found their inner Paul Ryan and Mitt Romney again about, this is not appropriate. This is inappropriate. You shouldn't be saying and doing these things. Well, this is how new norms get set in politics. The way that new norms get set in politics. And I will promise you this, that primary election system that was designed to lash nominees to the will of the base of their party doesn't look very good right now. Democrats are liking having somebody who didn't have to go through the primaries. They like this feeling. This is a good feeling. Do you think Kamala Harris could have the position she has right now if she had had to run for an open seat? If she had had to go stand with Pete Buttigieg in some frozen feedlot in Iowa and talk about her views on Medicare for all? I don't think so. I don't think so, because she would have had to stake out a bunch of positions to suck up to what ends up being about 1 million voters in 4 states in order to get the job. Well, she didn't have to do that. She had to do it the first time. She didn't have to do it this time. Feels pretty good. And I'll tell you, if she beats Donald Trump, those Republicans are going to say, you know, that primary election thing, it's kind of dumb. I don't like Iowa that much. That flattened out pork chop thing is not as good as they say it is. Maybe we should do something different. That's how we did it before, right? The way we did it before was we went through a period of turmoil and we made a different thing. Some people in this room are old enough to remember what it was like in the before 1968. Maybe as kids you can remember it was a different era. We constructed a new consensus, and we are constructing a new consensus now. We wondered in 2016, is this a blip? Hillary Clinton is about as popular as a Penn State license plate holder in this parking lot, right? She was a bad candidate. Donald Trump was unknown, weird, famous, kind of hilarious. So maybe it's a one-off. But it's not a one-off, right? We're building a new thing. We're building a new thing. We're in it. We're in the chaos and we're building a new thing. Lord, hear our prayer that we will build a good thing. And if we got as much out of the last thing, which was basically 1980 to 2016, that'd be a good thing. I would really take it in a heartbeat right now if we ended up with a new way of being and doing in politics that would last us for 4 decades. I'd be real pleased with that. And maybe we will, and I think we will because of this. You remember I talked about those false idols? My betrothed, Jessica Malugin, took me this year to Edinburgh, Scotland, because it's sexy, it's fun. We go to policy conferences in Scotland. It's It's a very Kardashian lifestyle we lead. And when I was there, I learned a quote from Adam Smith, which is that the desire of every human heart is to love and be lovely. To love and be lovely. We want to love other people. We want to give of ourselves to other people. We want that. It feels good. We want those things. And we want to be lovely. We want to be lovable. We want people to look on us with esteem. We want to have good reputations. We want to be well thought of. So what did Adam Smith say you did about that? How did that happen? And the way that it happened was you did good deeds. You did good deeds so that you would be held in esteem. That's the invisible hand that many of you slept through in economics class. The invisible hand is the urge inside human nature to do things that make us lovely, that make us attractive to other people. That's the urge. That's the invisible hand. How do we create a scenario in which that's possible? Well, we have to direct our worship in the right direction. And I am sorry to say that I have benefited wildly from it, but the worship of politics in this country is unworthy. It is a false and unworthy idol that will never, ever, ever, ever give you what you want it to. It will never answer the questions that you hold in your heart. It will never love you. It will never make you lovely. But we have come to worship politics, obsess over politics. We've made an idol out of politics under the belief that somehow, if we just set the dials right, it's all going to work out. If we just switch out the personnel a little bit here and there, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. You know what works a heck of a lot better than that? Voluntary association, as it turns out, is a heck of a lot better. Commerce is a big part of that, right? People in this room who've never met each other before in their lives, don't know each other, can meet here and do business together. They can come here in this place and do business. They don't even have to speak the same language. They don't have to share the same religion. They don't have to be the same gender. They don't have to have the same political opinions. They don't need any of that stuff, and they can still engage in commerce with one another. And it is what you do, I come to praise you. It is what you do has a lot more to do with whether we live in a prosperous, peaceful, decent society than what any politician anywhere ever does. We should have a system that incentivizes goodness over badness. We should have a system that shapes public virtue instead of always being shaped by public will. And I've got a list for anybody who wants it of 50 reforms that I would love to see enacted. I'm looking forward to fighting with some of you later on about why I think we should expand the size of the House of Representatives, why we should, it gets worse from there. That's only the beginning. I'll attack the 17th Amendment at length. We can do all of these things that I think would make the system better and more formative of the civic virtue, but it will never be sufficient for a virtuous citizenry. Commerce, dare I say it, a chamber. You should have maybe a chamber to help people do commerce. I don't know. Think about it. But the normal, ordinary interactions between human beings is much more likely to produce favorable outcomes for a society than politics ever will. So you are doing more work for America by doing what you do, employing the people you employ, engaging in commerce with the people with whom you engage commerce, than anybody in politics will. We need good politicians. We need better politicians. But it's not as important as the voluntary association of individual Americans, one to another, and the formation of free associations like your own that provide the backbone of the United States. So the work that you're doing is patriotic work. The work that you're doing is important for the communities you live in, for the country I live in, and I thank you for it. Okay. Who other than Mark Carter would like to ask a question? Bissett. Okay, I'll do it. I should have said Bissett, but he was not wearing cargo shorts this year, so I went ahead. Since he's wearing a suit, we'll let him ask.
I have no cargo to carry right now. Thank you. Chris, I agree with you completely on J.D. Vance that he keeps punching through this, trying to find high ground with his messaging, right on target. Is he an Appalachian?
Is J.D. Vance an Appalachian? So it's like this. J.D. Vance has an amazing success story. His family, his mother's family, came from very straitened circumstances in a difficult place in America. He grew up in basically suburban Cincinnati. Suburban is, I'm sure there's 4 representatives from the Appalachian Regional Congress here, but I think of Cincinnati, I think of Hamilton County as basically Appalachia. Cincinnati's kind of Appalachia in the same way Pittsburgh's kind of Appalachia. J.D. Vance is an amazing American success story. His mother was a wreck, and tight-knit family bonds and successful institutions. The Marine Corps, elite universities, also Ohio State. I'm such a hater. The institutions worked. He's a success story. That's the kind of Horatio Alger story that Americans love. And that was a story he told for a long time. And then he had a different story to tell. And, again, politicians say stuff. Politicians say stuff. But I am reminded when I think of J.D. Vance of the Kurt Vonnegut line, which is, we are what we pretend to be, so we should be careful about what we pretend to be. And I always worry, I like to see a politician when they've got a sense of self underneath that says, if I lost this thing, I don't really care, right? Senator Capito, I do not see over there, but I feel very confident that if Shelley Moore Capito was not in the United States Senate, she'd be just fine, right? Her sense of self would not evaporate. She would not float away like an empty Kroger bag. I don't know what would happen to J.D. Vance if he was not in politics. I think he's rooted a lot of himself in that thing and into these personas that he has adopted as he's tried to get ahead. And so I would just say, politicians, you can fake it, and you can fake it a little bit, but you want the distance between what you're pretending to be and what you actually are and what you want to be to not be too great. All right, who has a question? Who else has a question? I'm looking. I'm not seeing any hands. I might get off the stage early. Oh, no, here we go. Oh, it's Louis. Okay, that's fine. All right. We can do that.
Do better in the debate.
Who will do better in the debate, Kamala Harris or Donald J. Trump? I think the answer is it doesn't matter who does better. It is who does better than they are expected to do. Donald Trump, here's a great insight on how the Trump campaign is doing right now. The Harris campaign said to, what does Trump call George Stephanopoulos? George Slopadopoulos. They're getting ready on September 10th to have a debate. And the Harris campaign said, yeah, we don't want the microphones muted anymore. That was when Biden was the nominee. We don't want the muted microphones anymore. And you remember why they wanted the muted microphones, because they were afraid they were going to talk right over, Trump was going to talk right over Joe Biden, and Joe Biden wouldn't be able to get his powerful, incisive, important message out to the American people, which was apparently, So the muted microphones worked to Trump's advantage enormously, right? He was limited. The Republican Party's never had it so good as when Donald Trump was in court under criminal charges and had his microphone muted. That was the ideal Trump for Republicans. They were like, this is great. Now if we can just, and he had a gag order. This is what Republican handlers have been trying to do for 10 years to Donald Trump. And a judge in New York and Jake Tapper did it for them. So they don't want the microphones unmuted. Do you think Donald Trump wants the microphone muted? I don't think he wants a microphone muted. I think he's got a lot of jokes. I think he's got a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of material he's been thinking about, and he wants to share it. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, is a bad debater, or was a bad debater. She's a bad debater. She is not good as an extemporaneous speaker. In interviews and in debates in the past, she had good moments, but then The Marin County wine mom energy sort of comes in, and it's what we're unburdened by what has been, and it starts to get a little San Francisco-y. And she, I assume, has been preparing intently, right? Has been, because she's a prosecutor. We've watched her question people in the Senate very effectively. She's good at it. She can be good at that. This is something a little different. The expectations going in will be that Donald Trump will behave like an orangutan, and that Kamala Harris will sound like she is working at a Reiki healing spa near Big Sur. And whichever of them do better than that by the most will be the person who wins. The speech that Kamala Harris gave at the convention, that wins, right? If she stays on that message, I'm pretty moderate, I'm pretty normal, I'm okay, this is fine, I'm not mad at you, I love America. That's a winning message. The question for Trump is, can he prosecute the case against her without, this is a much longer answer than you asked for. As Jessica will attest, I don't shut up easy. The problem of what do we do about candidates who won't behave? What do we do about candidates who won't behave? This is the prime example, right? If Donald Trump can get up on that stage and say, not mean personal things about Kamala Harris, not call her dumb, not call her weak, not call her names, and say, this administration's a joke. He can be as mean as he wants about the policies of the Biden administration. He can say whatever he wants. But if he picks on Kamala Harris, it will backfire. What did he call Hillary Clinton? Crooked Hillary, crooked H. Why did he call her that? Being crooked is kind of powerful. There's kind of strength in being crooked. Weak, if you say somebody's weak or you say somebody's stupid, you say somebody's whatever. I don't know whether you know this, but the Republicans have some problems with women voters currently. The female electorate is not really that. Childless cat ladies and postmenopausal women who did not like J.D. Vance's depiction of their role in civil society, they're not doing great with women. And if Donald Trump gets up on that debate stage and is cruel seeming to Kamala Harris, it will not help. And here's why. Do you remember Hillary Clinton's slogan? We're one of the worst of my lifetime. I'm with her. Oh my gosh, I'm with her. How about she's with you? I'm with her. No, she's supposed to be for you. You're not supposed to be for her. But she made, it was like an All in the Family episode, just the feminist, the waves of like 10 million cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. She leaned into it, leaned into it, leaned into it. Kamala Harris has not. Much like Barack Obama, was never the one to talk about making history as the first African-American president. He let other people say it about him. And because Kamala Harris has not rolled around in her gender like a dog in a dead deer, like Hillary Clinton did, it makes her harder to attack. It makes her harder to attack. That was way too long of an answer. We can do one more question. If anybody has, okay, we got one. I want you to know, Dayton is favoring this side of the room. This is a Moundsville lean, and he's favoring this side of the room because he doesn't want to walk across. I'm just saying to you, other side of the room.
I'm Tristan Levitt, big fan of your Dispatch column and Inkstained Wretches. Aside from pushing the crazy out, what do you think could be done to strengthen Congress as an institution so it could play more of a checking role in the political issues of the day?
Well, how do we make Congress be Congress again? 90% of what Congress passes is bipartisan. They just don't want to tell you about it. They don't want you to know that. They do it at midnight. They do it under threat of with suspended rules and amid a flurry of action at the 11th hour before whatever. They pass a bunch of bipartisan stuff. They fund the military. They take care of a bunch of basic work that has to get done. They just have to do it in a way that doesn't let you know that they're good at their jobs. And how do we make Congress want to be the Article I predominant branch? Which branch is they used to tell you they're co-equal branches. These branches are not co-equal. Article 1 is the driver. The Congress, the legislative branch, and that's true in this state and it's true in the nation, the legislative branch is supposed to drive. The executive branch is supposed to execute. They're supposed to execute. They're supposed to carry out the wishes of this branch. What did Congress find out? It's a lot cooler if you don't actually do your job. My colleague Jonah Goldberg refers to the Parliament of Pundits, and we have a Congress full of people who don't want to be in Congress. They want my job, right? They want to have opinions. They want people to get their hot takes on things. But they don't want to do the hard work. You got to put on a blue suit. You got to go to committee hearings. You got to do all that stuff. They want to be followed around by a little flock of 22-year-old staffers who say, oh, your ex-post is blowing up, more viral content, this is fantastic. But nobody wants to say, yeah, that Ways and Means markup is going to take about 6 hours, and we're going to have to block out extra time because I really want to get to the bottom of those numbers. They don't want to do it. They don't want to do the work. And plus, doing the work, you can lose your job if you do the work. I am sorry to say that I will now tell you that we should increase the size of the House of Representatives by about 50%. We have not increased the size of the House of Representatives since 1926. We are way overdue. We used to index it to the population. The districts are too big, too many people. It's not. Part of the reason we have all this surplus populism is that the branch of the government that's supposed to be most closely in touch with the people is out of touch with the people, and we've turned the House into a miniature Senate or a maximum Senate where these people with their giant lapel pins walk around. Look, the lapel pin inflation is way out of control. These people are going to start tipping over. They're so big, and they've got these staffs, and the House shouldn't be the Senate, and the Senate shouldn't be the House. We need a bigger House of Representatives, and we need to do it. That's for sure. I used to be term limits, but I think we need term limits. I think we need a constitutional amendment limiting the members of Congress where they need a shot clock. I hate to say it, but it's too good to stay, right? When they started, I went this summer to the first Congress in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia in the summers in the 1790s, nobody wanted to hang, right? It wasn't where anybody wanted to hang. Washington's really nice. We have a lot of it's a very nice place to live. The job's pretty good, and people stay. And they think more about the next election than achieving the things they want to achieve, and I think they need a shot clock. And then the last thing, of course, is what I just harangued you about for a half an hour, which is this idiotic primary system has to go. It has to go. It doesn't work. It's poisoning the country because it gives 7% of the electorate the same power as 51% of the electorate, because only diehards show up for these primaries. Only the hardcore of the hardcore show up. Normal people don't vote in primary elections, and I don't blame them because they're stupid. Normal people don't vote in primary elections. Intensely engaged people vote in primary elections. So if you give 7% of the electorate the same power as 51% of the electorate, the consequences for upsetting that 7% are the same as upsetting 51%, and those are perverse incentives that need to be reformed. Okay, unless I hear another offer, I'm going to walk off the stage and thank you for your time. You guys have a great rest of your business summit.
May we all, what was it, Chris? May we all be lovely and loving. Did I get it right?
To be lovely.
To love and to be lovely. To love and to be lovely. Love it. Before we get to our next speaker, we are going to take a moment to present an award to someone who has become an incredible ambassador for West Virginia. This year, our very own Chef Paul Smith became the first West Virginian to win the prestigious James Beard Award. Paul, please join us on the stage so that we may thank you.
Best Chef Southeast.
I wanted to push forward, and I wanted to work harder. This year, I want to win this thing, and I want to win it for us.
And the James Beard Award goes to Paul Smith.
few words that have never been mentioned here before. West Virginia. Thank you very much. Bill Bissett, I am Appalachian, and most importantly, I am West Virginian. I did have the great fortune of traveling around the country, learning my craft, but the one thing that I was always missing, and as a lot of us have, we West Virginians have this homing beacon that is always bringing our country road home. And what I was missing was you. I was missing the support. I was missing the people that make this great state so great. And that video showed exactly what this award means. A lot of the chefs that I talked to after, they're representing their restaurant, they're representing their city or their area of their city. I had the great pleasure and honor of representing an entire state. So I really thank all of you in this room. The only thing that I will say, we talk about this rising tide. We talk about West Virginia right now, I believe, is a rising tide. And I would just look at everyone and challenge everyone in this room to go and be a little bit of the water, as I have tried to be, in our rising tide in our state. So thank you so much.
Paul, thank you. Congratulations on your James Beard Award, and thank you for being such an outstanding ambassador for West Virginia and for our state. And as you can tell, this crowd very warmly welcomes you and appreciates what you do. Our next speaker is intentionally paired with Chris Stirewalt because Neil Bradley is one of our nation's deepest thinkers, and pairing deep thinkers like Chris Stirewalt and like Neil Bradley, to me, makes a lot of sense. Let me tell you a little about who Neil is. He is the Executive Vice President, Chief Policy Officer, and Head of Strategic Advocacy for the Chamber of Commerce of the United States. And the Chamber of Commerce of the United States is the largest business organization in the world. In his role, Neil oversees the organization's advocacy, policy development, government affairs, and political program. He has significantly influenced policy discussions at all governmental levels and often appears in the media to discuss business priorities. Prior to his chamber service, he worked for nearly 2 decades as Deputy Chief of Staff for Majority Leaders Kevin McCarthy and Eric Cantor, and as Policy Director for Republican Whip Roy Blunt. It's my great pleasure to introduce a friend, a colleague, someone I admire greatly, and again, a very deep thinker with some deep insight into things we need to be thinking about to come to the podium at this time. So, Neil Bradley, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your personal schedule to be here. Thank you, Neil.
Steve.
Thank
you. Well, thank you, Steve. One of the great things about being at the U.S. Chamber is that you get to know all of the state chamber leaders across this country. And it will be no surprise to you that you have the absolute best in Steve Roberts. What we've learned, it's not just what my colleagues and I at the U.S. Chamber have learned from him, but what his colleagues across the country have learned that has improved their own states and the nation. And so it's just a deep honor for me personally to be here with you today. Another reason I like being here today is because there's nothing better than the energy you get from a room of people who believe in free enterprise, who believe in entrepreneurship, who understand what capitalism can do in a free society to create opportunity and lift lives, to improve the standard of living. That energy, in my opinion, is infectious, and I feed off of it, and I felt it in the time that I've been here today. Of course, there's another thing true about gatherings like this amongst people who believe in free enterprise and capitalism, and I think it's a little bit more of a recent trend, and that is a sense of unease, a little sense of agita, the idea that maybe the support that used to exist for our free market system is waning. Maybe the efforts from the progressive left and the populist right really are kind of eroding this commitment to entrepreneurialism and capitalism that has made this country great. If you occasionally feel that agita, if you feel that sense of unease, I want to share with you today a little bit of how we think that's occurring, why it's occurring, and a little bit of what we might be able to do together to fight back. To get to that point, though, I think it's important to understand a related concept to what my friend Chris Stirewalt just said. When he was discussing how we elect officials, he was talking about kind of this broad consensus, not necessarily a good one, but a broad consensus that's existed since the late 1970s about how we elect officials to government office today. And as he described it, you heard him talk about a consensus that governs both parties and generally influences the conduct of their affairs. I would suggest to you that there's also a broad consensus that exists about the relationship between government and business. Now, within that consensus, Republicans and Democrats, people on the left, people on the right, sure fight a lot, and they have a lot of things to fight over. But the consensus is generally guiding the direction of those fights. Now, today, we've had the benefit of living for 4+ decades in a consensus that is very favorable to capitalism and to free markets. But that's not always been the case. So to understand what we have, sometimes it's easier to go back to understand where we came from. So I want you to go back in time with me. I want you to imagine that we were having a national Chamber of Commerce gathering in the early 1970s, and we were convening your colleagues from all across the country. When we gathered, wherever we chose to gather for that convening, people would have gotten on planes, just like they do today, to fly from their hometown to their destination. But the origin, destination, and the price that they would have paid for their ticket wouldn't have been set because American and United were competing. The price was set by the Civil Aeronautics Board of the federal government, who decided what you should pay for an airline ticket. Now, when we got here, we'd have to check in back home. We would, no cell phones, so we'd pick up a landline and we'd call to check in with the family or check in at the office. We would have paid about $5 for a 10-minute call, not because that's what our phone company thought we should pay, but because last year that's what the Federal Communications Commission decided a long-distance telephone call was worth. Many of you in this room, your businesses would have been still about making things, and when you make things that you want to sell around the world or across the country, you still would have put them on trucks and you still would have put it on trains, but the license to operate that train, the license to operate that truck, and the price that you paid to put your product on it was set by the Interstate Commerce Commission. Now, when we got together, we probably would have talked about taxes because taxes are always relevant when you're talking about government's impact and effect on the free market. But in the early 1970s, we would have lived in a world in which the top individual and rate for small businesses was 70%, the top corporate rate was 48%, and here's the really sad part, we would have been happy because that was actually down from where it was in the late 1960s. One of the things we wouldn't have talked about was trade, not because trade didn't matter or didn't exist, but because neither of our political priorities actually prioritized trade. The number of trade deals that we had with other countries to sell our agricultural products or our energy to buy things, zero. We probably would have talked about access to capital because capital is always a lifeblood for businesses. But for those of you in the banking industry who've been around a while, you would have known that we would have talked about it in an environment in which states set the interest rate paid on loans, and the federal government set the interest rate paid on deposits, and you lived at the mercy of your regulators between the state and federal government. We would have summed up this really weird world with the way a Republican president summed it up to a New York Times reporter in the early 1970s, when he said that when it comes to the economy, we are all Keynesians now, by which he meant a reference to the British economist who believed in the 1930s that free markets had kind of run their course, that societies, that commerce had become too complicated for free market forces to be left to their own devices, and therefore the heavy hand of government needed to replace the free and invisible hand of Adam Smith and the market. By the way, Richard Nixon said this to that New York Times reporter 2 days before he signed an executive order imposing wage and price controls across the entire economy. You see, in the early 1970s, they had inflation, actually a little bit worse than what we just went through. But the consensus view, by the way, this wasn't actually that controversial. The consensus view amongst Republicans and Democrats was the way to battle inflation is to have the guy sitting in the White House literally decide what the price of bacon should be every week. Now, it turned out that didn't work very well. And everything that I've just described to you seems kind of foreign, right? The government setting prices that way, deciding routes, determining financial policy, tax rates of 70%. So what happened? Beginning in the late 1970s, we threw all of this into the trash heap. We said that it turns out that the heavy hand of government doesn't know better than free markets. And we started deregulating. We deregulated trucking and airlines and telecommunications. We got to financial services. Ronald Reagan started cutting corporate tax rates. We started negotiating free trade deals. We actually abolished the Civil Aeronautics Board and the Interstate Commerce Commission. And here's the interesting thing about it. To my partisan friends on the right, it wasn't just a Republican revolution. Ronald Reagan had a heavy hand in it, but you know the guy who actually authored the deregulation of airlines? A man we would later call the liberal lion of the Senate, Ted Kennedy. Jimmy Carter signed it into law. They were beginning what became a new consensus that governed the relationship between government and business that endured across both parties. It endured so much that a future president of the United States went before Congress in the early 1990s and declared that when it comes to the relationship between government and the economy, the era of big government is over. Some of my friends ask, well, do you think he really believed it? I actually don't know whether he believed it or not. But I believe that he was reflecting the consensus that had been established that returned us to a more free market approach. Now, historians, economic historians, actually have a name for this. They call it the neoliberal order. If the New Deal Keynesian order was what really governed from the 1930s to the mid-1970s, what's governed since then is a neoliberal order. Not liberal in our current political sense, liberal in the classical sense that our founders understood it, that really emphasized limited governments, personal and individual freedoms, including collective freedom that we exercise in our business and in associations like chambers of commerce. Neo, just because we had returned to it. And so this neoliberal order is frankly what we've been able to take for granted for the last 50 years. The problem is, however, not everyone bought into this. Not everyone thought that this was the exact right approach. And today I want to describe for you a well-funded, well-organized effort that seeks to replace this neoliberal order, not necessarily with the Keynesian order of the 1970s, but with one that disregards the primacy of free markets, that says that government does have a hand in setting prices and allocating wealth and allocating power, and a movement that in many ways, if left unchecked, could fundamentally change what we know and love about the free market system today. So what's the objective of this effort? American Compass, no reason for you to know this. This is a relatively new think tank on the right, actually founded by former Republican staff to Senator Mitt Romney's presidential campaign. He posits that conservatives now realize that economic needs politics to define the ends that markets should advance. So it's not enough for businesses and you all in your commerce to define the ends. Politics, the very things that Chris just described, we should leave it to them to decide what the ends are of commerce. The American Prospect, you probably never heard of that either. No reason you should. It's a progressive journal on the left. Their editor described it this way. This is an effort to defeat market fundamentalism and its political consequences. More politics, less markets. It's not just new upstarts on the right or traditional progressives on the left. The Heritage Foundation, when I got to Washington, D.C. in the 1970s, had spent the better part of 30 years being the bulwark towards the idea that free enterprise and individual liberty were cornerstones of our American society. Today, they're raising questions about that, saying that conservatives have long held that protecting markets from government was essential for human flourishing. But that's beginning to change. How do we orient, they say, free enterprise in support of the common good? Who's going to decide the common good? Well, it turns out the politicians that Chris just talked about. Now, this effort isn't just kind of people and academia and think tanks. It has real money behind it. The Hewlett Foundation, derived from fortunes made from free enterprise and entrepreneurship, now has a view that neoliberalism has outlasted its usefulness. It creates more problems than it solves, and that our goal is to develop a new common sense about how the economy should work. Well, it's not just an idea that they're committed to. They're putting real money behind it. It turns out, according to the Chronicle of Philanthropy, $500 million has been invested by different foundations across the United States to reimagine capitalism, to come up with this new common sense. Now, if you're like me and you just heard $500 million, your first reaction was, what in the world do you do with $500 million if you're trying to remake the economic system? Well, it turns out that they're doing a lot of things. The first thing you do is that you fund think tanks, left, right, and center. It's really important if you want to create a new consensus about the relationship between government and business, that it's not a partisan one, that it's not one dominated by one party. If it's a consensus, it's got to be embraced by both parties. It's got to incorporate, Ted Kennedy writing airline deregulation and Ronald Reagan cutting taxes. It has to incorporate both approaches. So you need folks across both sides of the political spectrum endorsing this. Now, of course, there's lots of think tanks in Washington, and they spew out lots of papers and ideas, and that doesn't work very well if no one reads them or knows about them. So you take part of that $500 million, and you make sure that people know about it. Hewlett, Amadeur, these other foundations are actually funding journals, left, right, and center, to report on those. If you go to the Atlantic, center-left newspaper, online journal, and you try to click on most articles, you'll find that they're inconveniently, but fine, it's a free market system, behind the paywall. Except for a whole series of articles about how our free enterprise system has failed America, which are interestingly in front of the paywall because the Hewlett Foundation paid them $600,000 to write articles about our failed economic system to put in front of the paywall. Turns out you don't want just regular people like that. You really want people to pick up the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, and the New York Times, and also hear about the failing of our free market system and how there are these really great new ideas to govern our economy. So what do? You hold nice conferences in great places like the Greenbrier. This one happened to be out near San Francisco. And you bring together the think tanks that you funded in step one with a bunch of journalists that you're funding, or maybe not funding, that you've just invited and paying their trip for in step two, so that they hear how the progressive left and the populist right are actually in agreement that maybe labor doesn't have enough power in our system today. Maybe trade has really run amok. Maybe corporations should pay higher tax rates. And the next thing you know, your reporting begins to reflect that. By the way, if that doesn't work well enough, you actually just hire the journalists. The Amadeur Network actually just hires journalists and pays them to write articles that show up in our local newspapers about the failings of the free market system and what we can do to replace it. If you want to sustain this over a long period of time, you want to get to the kids. And you get to the kids through the universities. And if you thought academia was bad enough already, consider the fact that they've now created 15 university centers globally, including 7 in the United States, including the famed London School of Economics, where they're introducing the ideas of political economy. It all goes back to that purpose. We need an economy that's mission is determined by politics. What you just heard Chris Stirewalt end on was the idea that if politics becomes more important than the work that you're doing, that we found the wrong idol, and we end up into this. What these folks are doing is embracing the idea that economics, that commerce should be subservient to politics. Now, they have a real agenda in mind. They conveniently lay it out in a 6-part program for people who want to receive new grant applications. Antitrust and wealth concentration, ideas like the wealth tax, industrial policy, labor and worker power, monetary policy, new forms of taxation, and a rejection of that approach to whole international trade and economics. It is an agenda to remake and return to all the stuff that we abandoned in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Now, this is the part where I will suggest to you that if a bunch of crazy foundations want to waste $500 million holding a bunch of conferences and writing a bunch of white papers that don't really impact or move the needle, then none of us should be spending the time that I'm spending on it and that you're graciously spending the time on it today. The real question is, are they moving the needle and are they having impact? And unfortunately, I would suggest to you that there is evidence that they are. We can start with the early success in the Democratic Party and on the left with the White House. You heard Chris talk about the Joe Biden of the Senate, who was generally a Delaware senator that was pro-business and generally pro-markets over 3 decades. What happened? It wasn't just that he was captured by this kind of progressive left that Chris talked about. It was that they came with a packet of ideas paid for by these sponsors. And so the administration's competition policy, their junk fee policy, blaming corporations for high prices, this new trade and industrial policy is all a direct result of this effort that have been going on by these foundations, these think tanks, and others to fundamentally shape the direction and the debate of policy. Of course, if you're going to have a consensus, it's not good enough that it just be on the left. You need evidence on the right. Last year, about a year ago this time, American Compass released a policy program called Rebuilding American Capitalism. You'll forgive me if I think that escalating tariffs on all imports until the trade deficit is eliminated, a 10% financial transaction tax, creating worker councils and mandating that they be allowed to elect individuals to businesses' board of directors, European-style sectoral bargaining, or even eliminating temporary visa programs to bring workers into the United States. You'll forgive me for suggesting that's not my vision of capitalism. But this is a vision of capitalism that, when it was unveiled, included at the unveiling 4 GOP senators. This trade policy is the trade policy that Donald Trump has adopted. Not to suggest that he got it from here, he didn't have it independently, but these ideas are making their way into the bloodstream of the Republican Party. If you want to see how it really works when it comes to issues of union and labor, don't buy, because we don't want to increase his book sales, this book called Tyranny, Inc. This is an author who was formerly of the Wall Street Journal and has had this great migration towards a view of using government power to redistribute power in society. He writes that the vision for the future, including for conservatives, has to be a labor market in which most sectors are unionized, by which he means 90% of the private sector, where the state takes a more active role in coordinating economic policy, and the state provides for the more equitable distribution of social income. Flip to the back of the book and you'll find endorsements from 2 sitting Republican United States senators for this manifest. The book party was attended widely by people on the right in Washington, D.C., and if you saw the Teamsters president speaking at the GOP convention, It was exactly in line with the efforts of Sarabi and others in this effort. Of course, the real success occurs when left and right meet. The consensus exists when you can get that agreement. Many of you may not know Lena Khan. Lena Khan is the chair of the Federal Trade Commission. Lena Khan is a kind of a true disciple of this type of power from the Democratic left. She's the one that believed that the federal government, after non-compete agreements, whatever you think of them, have been legal in the country for 200 years, that she and two of her colleagues could write a rule that retroactively bans them for the entire United States. Thankfully, by the way, a judge last week in Texas agreed with the U.S. Chamber that it turns out 3 people unelected to a 3-letter agency in Washington, D.C. actually don't have that type of power, but this is her approach when it comes to competition policy and antitrust. The Wall Street Journal recently profiled what they called Khan, K-H-A-N, that's her last name, conservatives, people on the right in the Republican Party who believe that she actually does have the right approach in using government power to these ends. Now, if you manage to get a consensus, where does it ultimately lead? And for a long time, as we began kind of examining this and looking into it, I honestly couldn't figure out what they wanted. Was it just a progressive kind of wish list that someone was pushing? Was it a throwback to kind of reminiscing about the early 1970s? It turns out, in talking to some of the leaders of this, it's a whole academic theory called pre-distributionalism. And when one of the leaders of this effort, who I was sitting down having a conversation with, and I asked, where's this going? What's your goal? He said, I think we're headed to pre-distributionalism. And I'll confess to you that I nodded along like I knew what pre-distributionalism meant, having no idea what in the world it meant. I knew what redistribution meant. I understood the idea of government kind of reallocating what the private sector produced. But I didn't understand what pre-distributionalism was. Well, it turns out pre-distributionalism is the idea that we can write the rules that every one of your businesses operates in a way that pre-distributes the profit and power of the private sector. So we can write labor and unionization policy, trade policy, tax policy, corporate governance policy, so that you still get to run your business, but we've shifted the allocation of money and, importantly, of power in that box, in that system. So the idea that if you built your business, you should have to share the power of that business with your employees, whether you decide you want to do that or not, through their ability to elect someone to your board of directors. This pre-distributionalism is a way of getting around the fact that the politics of redistribution doesn't work. Here's the problem. It's kind of like the old analogy I learned in grade school of the frog in the boiling water. If you take a frog and you stick him in boiling water, he's going to jump right out and rebel. If you manage to change the consensus, to slowly change the outcomes, if you manage to put the frog in water and slowly turn it up, it turns out you can boil the free market system that all of us believe in. Now, I have some good news because none of that was particularly enlightening or exciting or compelling for any of us who believe in markets. Here's the good news. The future is not certain, and even the people who are spending $500 million on this effort confess that they're not exactly sure that it's going to work. They actually wrote a memo to some of their funders, and they said nothing about this effort and the $500 billion that we're expending is certain, except for them, other than its importance, and that we could fail. The two main reasons that they could fail: first, it turned out that people figured out what they were selling, and they didn't want to buy it. The second, that people got organized, that chambers of commerce, that business leaders identified what they were doing, and before they had a chance to bring the water to a full boil, fought back. And so at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, with our partners at the West Virginia Chamber and across the nation, that's exactly what we're doing. We're exposing what these folks are selling, and we're fighting back. Because the truth is, for the very reasons that brought all of us here today in the first place, our free market, capitalist, entrepreneurial system is the single best system in the history of mankind for creating opportunity and lifting people up. And if all of us, and because all of us care about it, it's worth fighting back. And I'm confident that as we do fight back, as we educate people about what these threats are, about the direction that they're heading, and importantly, we call people out on both sides of the aisle. Candidates for public office, I don't care if they're Democrat or Republican, when they start veering off into either the progressive side or the populist side that says, well, you know, free markets are great and all, but let's stop right there. The but that imposes government power to tell you how to run your businesses is not a but that any of us should be willing to accept. I know that's true of the people in this room. I know it's true of our partners at the West Virginia Chamber and the U.S. Chamber. I thank you for the work that you do in supporting Steve and the West Virginia Chamber. I thank you for spending a little time to understand these threats to the free enterprise system. And together, I'm confident that we can actually prevail in this fight. And so if you're interested in that, please join us at uschamber.com. You can learn more a lot about these efforts, the policies that are occurring, and how we fight back. With that, thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks. Up next, Denise Dignam is the president and CEO of the Chemours Company. Denise has over 35 years in the chemical industry with experience ranging from engineering, manufacturing, supply chain, sales, marketing, technical service, and continuous improvement. Prior to being named CEO, she held several leadership positions in the company. She's also a prior board member of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Chris John is the president and CEO of the American Chemistry Council, where he is responsible for advancing ACC's mission to advocate for the people, policy, and products of chemistry that make the United States the global leader in innovation and manufacturing. Chris has been named by The Hill as one of Washington, D.C.'s top lobbyists, and by The Washingtonian as one of D.C.'s most influential people. That's all very impressive, but the smartest thing he ever did, to my everlasting dismay, is take one of West Virginia's most effective advocates in Rebecca McPhail and take her to D.C. Anyway, Chris and Denise, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, great. So appreciate that introduction, and Rebecca is doing a fantastic job for us, and we're very lucky to have her, though recently she's probably been spending more time here than she has in D.C., so we'll make sure we can continue to do that going forward. So I want to thank you all for sticking around to hear us talk about chemistry and how everything in this room is made possible by what our industry does. We help make the world healthier, safer, more sustainable, more productive. And if that's not enough for you, you couldn't have your iPhone unless it was for our industry. So we'll start there. We've got a deep and long background here in West Virginia, going back 100 years. And chemistry is the biggest manufacturing industry in the state of West Virginia, $7 billion contribution to the economy, directly employs about 6,000 people, supports another 11,000 jobs, and supports $65 million worth of state and local taxes, which pays for your teachers, your firefighters, your first responders. So we're a significant presence in the state, and we want to be here for the next 100 years. And so we want to talk a little bit about that as we go forward. So it's my delight to be joined by Denise Dignam, the new CEO of Chemours. This is one of our largest members in the state, and really excited to dig into some of the issues facing the industry, facing domestic manufacturing at large, and the state of West Virginia. So, Denise, you are new as the CEO, but you're not new to Chemours. Can you tell us a little bit about you, your company, and your plans for West Virginia?
Sure. I think this thing's on. Okay. So, yeah, starting with myself, I actually have 36 years. I've been in the chemical industry. If I look back in my early years as a young girl, I was really interested in chemistry. I saw just the amazing things that you could do with chemistry. I decided to pursue a degree in chemical engineering. You know, as you said, everyone in this room is impacted by chemistry. We would not have the advancements in society that we have today without chemistry. At Chemours, we make high-performance materials that are absolutely essential to everything that we enjoy today, whether it's our cars or planes or our iPhone or advanced electronics. And all of that, you know, how does that become possible? It really is with our manufacturing plants. And in West Virginia, we have 2 plants, in Parkersburg, West Virginia, and in Bell. And I see our plant managers there. You guys can raise your hand, stand up. They make it possible every single day, so thank you. There are over 1,600 employees at our Parkersburg and Bell facilities, and they are the most amazing people. I am happy to talk about some of the growth that we have going on in West Virginia. At 12:01 on September 1st, Jim will be starting up a Teflon fluoropolymer unit that we have been able to construct and get permitted in the state. This is a really special material. So this is a material that is absolutely essential for every semiconductor chip that's made in the world. And as you get more and more advanced electronics, you need better and better purity within fabs. And there are only 2 companies in the world that can make this material, and we're one of them, and we're the best. We are the only manufacturers of this material in the United States. So really just amazing. We're really happy to be able to supply more material because more is needed, and even more is needed than what we're going to be making starting up on Sunday. But I wish I was here. I think last year one of my colleagues was here talking about even more growth. And I wish I could say that, you know, all that is on track, but unfortunately it's not. We have faced some pretty substantial hurdles. So we're rethinking things. We really need to have consistency in regulation, and in particular, we need the cooperation of the EPA.
So, Denise, I appreciate you raising this issue of overregulation from the federal government, federal regulatory overreach. So, you know, here in the chemical industry, we're already the most heavily regulated sector of American manufacturing. And we're not complaining about that. That's appropriate. And, you know, if things are mishandled in our industry, there are significant consequences to that. So regulation is appropriate. However, this Biden-Harris administration and its approach to regulation, not taking sound science into account, for making decisions that are not based on standards that are being developed all across the globe that don't make any sense. The challenges that we have, they are significant. So we're looking at, from this administration alone, more than a dozen regulations that will increase the compliance costs for our industry by over 50%. So again, I'm not complaining about what's already on the books. I am concerned, though, about where we're going forward as an industry. At the same time, this administration is doing fewer reviews of its new regulations than it has ever done. So we got more regulations, less oversight. What could go wrong, right? So, the reason everybody in this room should care about it is, again, we're at the beginning of the manufacturing supply chain. If there's anything we learned from COVID is we want to make sure that we're manufacturing here in the United States to make sure that we have what we need in this country. And we can't do that if we don't have the sound science and the sound policy to enable that to happen. So let's talk a little bit about regulatory policy, specifically permitting. So everybody in this room, everybody at this conference is familiar with, for example, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, right? And the congressional delegation doing a nice job to finally get that thing across the finish line. But you have challenges on permitting as well. Can you talk a little bit about that? Not only the challenges, but what it means. What are the implications? What are the ramifications from those permitting challenges?
Yeah, as I mentioned, we, with our Teflon fluoropolymer that we just got permitted, we really faced a kind of unprecedented challenges. And as you mentioned, there's just been an influx of regulations. What we've seen is the EPA really coming in and with an overreaching philosophy and taking the power away from the states to do the permitting that they really should be doing. What are the implications of that? Things are going to be made other places. It's just reality. I talk about the fact that at the same time we were trying to permit in West Virginia, we also were contemplating, another type of manufacturing we would do. We actually ended up going to France, a plant we have in France, and getting a permit in shorter time than we did for making a product we already make in West Virginia. So these things are going to be made. These products are going to be made. We know how to do it responsibly, and we need the cooperation of our regulators. We can do things that are common sense. We can do things responsibly. We can solve these problems, but we have to be talking. We have to be working together.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has implications for clean energy, for semiconductors. You've already mentioned that, for biotech, for healthcare, for infrastructure. These impacts are felt across the board. And as you said, these things are either going to be made here or they're going to be made somewhere else that don't comply with the same environmental health and safety standards that you have to comply with here in the United States. So we're killing jobs and we're not helping the environment in any way, shape, or form. So to maybe extend this conversation a little bit, Denise, so fluorochemistries is a specialty of your organization. Can you talk a little bit about the regulatory burden, not only on product innovation, but again, talk about the immediate customers that you supply, but the implications for the entire manufacturing supply chain of this federal regulatory overreach we're seeing from the Biden-Harris administration?
Yeah, I think we all can agree that in order to be innovators, we have to create new materials. We have to have new products. And so we talked about permitting, but the other thing that has become a big burden in this country is getting new products approved. So I'm just going to give you an example. I think we all hear the challenges of data centers and AI and how we need more power, how they consume so much water, data centers. Today, data centers are primarily cooled with air cooling. And the advanced chips will not be able to, you're not going to get the performance you need with air cooling. So things are moving to liquid cooling. We have a unique technology that's within liquid cooling, but it's a new molecule. It's going to have to get a product registration. We know it reduces power consumption in a data center by 40%. Virtually no water is needed in the data center, and you can cut the footprint by 60%. We are not going to build our first plant here because in this country, we have today 2 new products that we submitted to the EPA in 2020, and we're still waiting. So we know it's going to be 5-6 years before we can actually get this accomplished.
That's crazy, right? So better environmental performance and a key industry that we need to make here. Again, so we're not complaining for the sake of complaining, but this has significant impacts for the national security and the economic security of our country. And so appreciate you telling that story. And I want to kind of continue on this theme a little bit of sustainability. And we like to say that sustainability starts with chemistry because, again, we're at that beginning of that supply chain. And that's something that we're trying to share in communities throughout the country where we operate to talk about how we, again, make modern life possible, the world healthier, safer, more sustainable, more productive. Can you talk a little bit about, the high-performance materials and the kind of the response that you get from communities when you talk about what the business of chemistry actually does and the impacts that we have in those communities and that we are making the world a better place? I think sometimes we surprise people when we share that story with them. And if you talk about young people potentially coming into our industry who want to make a difference in the world, you want to have an impact, you might want to have what does Steve Jobs say, make a dent in the universe, right? There's no better place to do that than the chemical industry. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think one of the things that is, I think, our biggest challenge is education. When you start talking about what we do, when we bring people in, and our philosophy is one of integrity, of transparency, of inviting the community in, of inviting our regulators in, we will welcome anyone to come into our facilities. We do a tremendous amount, and one of the things, a big challenge is education. We do a tremendous amount of work in community outreach and educating the community, not only the adults. Actually, it's best to start with the kids. So we actually start our work in kindergarten, and we go in and talk about science. We do experiments. We show what is possible with chemistry and let kids see that, hey, things are not going to be possible if we don't have chemistry. We also have scholarships, right? People that maybe can't afford or don't feel like they have the means to go to college for a STEM degree, we help support them. And so I think that outreach to the community is critically important. In my company, I say we need to be evangelists for chemistry. And we have to talk to our family. I don't know whether you end up at Thanksgiving dinner and people don't want to talk about chemistry. I want to talk about chemistry because that's when people you have their ear, right? You have to talk about these things. We can't hide from it. So when you're in your community, when you're talking to your family, when you're talking to government officials, we have to talk about the importance. And it's not just, as you said, it's not just us, right? If we don't have the chemical industry in the United States, if we get run out, all we have to do is look at Europe and see what happens, right? The people who supply us aren't going to be in business. The people we supply aren't, and on and on and on. And pretty soon, you're not going to have the national security that you want. We're not going to have the manufacturing jobs we want, and we're not going to have the innovation that we need.
Well said. So I'm going to pivot a little bit from kind of what we do and the impact that we have and talk a little bit about how we do it, because I think that's equally important. And so, we have a program in the industry called Responsible Care. So this is a requirement of membership in our association. If you don't do it, you can't be a member. And it's focused on environmental, health, safety, and security performance. And we have a third-party auditor come in and audit our member facilities so that we can prove that not only this is what we say we do, but somebody actually audits that to prove that we actually do that, so that we walk the walk. And then we, as an industry, publicly disclose those results. So it's an important legacy program of ours. Has been in place for over 30 years. And this past year, we had the best performance in 20 years in our industry in terms of our safety record. And that's something we're very proud of, we take very seriously. So as a leader in our industry and in our membership, can you talk a little bit about what responsible manufacturing means to you and your company?
Yeah, first of all, if we don't have our communities, if we don't have our employees, we are nothing, right? So we have to be responsible. We have to be responsible manufacturers. It's a cornerstone. Not only are we committed to what Chris has said around responsible manufacturing, in 2018, we made commitments over and above what regulations are around our emissions and what we're going to be doing, what we are going to commit to do. And it's not just about putting those controls in place. It's about continuing to innovate. It's about innovating on ways, new processes so that we can reduce emissions. It's about innovating around ways to better control emissions. It's about new products that, as I talked about earlier, that actually create a better environment for us.
Absolutely. So we wanted to leave some time for questions, so folks be thinking about that. We'll go to that in a moment. But Denise, as we wrap this portion here, is there anything in particular, kind of a closing thought that you wanted folks in the audience to go away with?
Yeah, I would say that we are all in this together. I brought a little bit of a cheat sheet. I didn't want to memorize all these numbers, but we're lucky. We heard from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They recently released a report, and I'm going to make a plug for fluorochemistries. But they did the report on 7 key sectors, so aerospace, data centers, defense, energy, healthcare, transportation, and semiconductors. These 7 sectors support 6.1 million jobs in this country. They contribute nearly $1 trillion in GDP. They generate over $200 billion in combined federal, state, and local tax revenues. In West Virginia, it's 13,000 jobs, $1 billion in labor income, and $1.8 billion in GDP. If this isn't something that gets your attention, I don't know what will. This goes far beyond who we are, the chemical industry. This is about the survival of this industry, of all of our industries in this country.
Absolutely. And as we go to questions, that's maybe how I would cap it, is that American success relies on American chemistry. Thank you. All right, we've got time for maybe a couple of questions. We've got one up in the front. Yeah, I'll repeat the question. Really good question. I'll repeat that for everybody else. So it's kind of a two-part question here. Is number one, is it in fact true that you've got some chemistries pending at the EPA in their new chemicals program? There's about 400 of them right now. There's a deadline for those reviews, and 95% of them are behind schedule right now. So that's number one. It's a bit of a loaded question there, right? And then the second is, okay, if we don't make it here, what are the implications of that? And, I won't repeat the whole thing for the interest of time, but kind of walk us through a little bit of, like, why that matters and how that works, and that, we've got Intel and others, and we're spending literally tens of billions of dollars of government money to build these chip fab plants to onshore the supply chain. But at the same time, if we're not onshoring the raw materials for this, we haven't really accomplished anything. So let me two-part question there. So number one, tell us a little bit about the new chemicals program at EPA and the challenges you have there, and then secondly about chips and the implications of not making it here.
I mean, I think it goes without saying this new chemicals program is a big hurdle, and it really I think what the implications are is that we're not going to make chemicals here, right? Because there's too much uncertainty. What's going to happen? This will be made other places. I mean, it absolutely will be. And there's no kind of barrier in the air between our country and China or the water, right? So it's just really critically important that we defend this industry here so that it can be made here, because we know how to do it responsibly. And we're committed to doing that.
All right, thank you. Okay. Other question? We got a couple over here. There's one. Yes, sir.
What do you think one of the challenges, it's just like the energy industry, we understand more or less in this room, but the general public is really kind of clueless when it comes to chemistry, and it's scary. Is there a program that the industry can do as a whole that would really reach out and educate the public? I remember way back when, I don't remember which chemical company did it, but it was kind of the message, here's this product and here's the chemistry. So people really understand when you look at your cell phone or, even your car, how important chemistry really is to their life.
Yeah, it's a really good question, and maybe I'll chime in, and if you want to correct me, I'll let you do that. But from the association perspective, we have this conversation at our board on a regular basis, and the challenge is in the modern environment, reaching who's the right audience that we're trying to reach. And so strategically, we have made the decision that we're going to be focused on policymakers and that those folks who can directly impact our business. And all of our communications efforts are focused on those people. So we've chosen not to take a broader-based approach to reach the general public, as that is tremendously expensive in the modern media environment. Now, having said that, when particular issues come up, that doesn't mean we run particular campaigns on those specific chemistries. But it's an important point, and we do have member companies who have spent some effort on trying to more broadly educate consumers about the impact of our industry. I don't know if you've got a specific Comores take on that.
I don't know if it's at Comores. I would just echo what you said. I mean, it'll be hugely expensive to take that on. I'll say that we at my first board meeting, ACC board meeting, we talked about this and really how the value chain really needs to get involved and contribute. One of the things that they talked about was, Lego is one of the most trusted brands in the world, and their only raw material is plastic. So what are they doing to educate? Because if their raw material goes away, right, what happens? So we just really, it's an excellent provocation. I think we've got to figure out a way to better get the value chain engaged.
Well said. I think we had one more question. Anyone? Okay. Well, thank you so much for your time and attention, and have a great rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris and Denise. Legos and iPhones. Where would we be without you guys, right? To round out our first general session, I'm excited to welcome Morgan O'Brien, the CEO of Hope Gas and Hope Utilities. He's going to have a special announcement for us. Morgan is a native of Pittsburgh who was raised by a blue-collar Irish Catholic family to value all people and all forms of work. He served as the CEO for Duquesne Light and the electric provider for Western Pennsylvania, and the CEO of Peoples Gas, serving Western PA, West Virginia, and Kentucky. In these roles, he was the face and voice of the hardworking employees who dedicate each day to helping the families and businesses they serve. From my point of view at the Gas and Oil Association of West Virginia, I can say that Morgan and Hope Gas have provided fresh insights and new and smart leadership for our industry. So I'm excited to hear what he has to say about the future of the company. Morgan, thank you for being here today.
So I promise that I will be the shortest session you've had so far, and maybe for the rest of it. So as Mary Beth said, I'm Morgan O'Brien. I'm actually new to West Virginia. Hope Gas, who I'm president and CEO of, is a 125-year-old West Virginia company. It's had many owners through that 125 years. Prior to us taking ownership, it was owned by Dominion Energy, right? And they actually rebranded the company Dominion Energy West Virginia. So when we bought it on September 1st, almost 2 years exactly, we're coming up on our 2-year anniversary, we brought back the Hope name, right? And who doesn't love hope, right? You think about hope. But I came here, and in a matter of 24 months, I think a couple things we've done. We've hired a lot of people, so we added 250 people. We created a corporate headquarters here in West Virginia. We made a pipeline. Thank you. I'll keep rattling off. You keep clapping. We made a pipeline replacement program commitment over 25 years that employs 400 to 500 West Virginians every single year replacing pipes, right? Creating jobs here. We've also acquired 5 or 6 businesses here in West Virginia since we started. And my job, if you think of it, is I convince investors why West Virginia is a smart place to invest, right? And that's been my mission since I started. And as I've learned and listened, I keep telling people I'm listening all the time. I've listened to some really smart people who've accomplished great things. And I started telling the story. And recently I had the opportunity to sit down with some of the leadership in the legislature, and they said to me, Morgan, you're not from West Virginia, and you talk about all these wonderful things that are going here. You're convincing your investors, to invest here. And we all need to tell that story, right? That was the message I got. And so I went to one of my close friends who I've worked with for quite a long time, Chris Bravacos in the Bravo Group, and I started talking about all the passion and I'll say, excitement I have about the future of West Virginia. And they did a lot of research, and they helped me come up with a story that actually is just a story from a lot of the things that this group in this room have done, right? And our goal is to change the image of West Virginia in a really positive way, not only for folks thinking about doing business here, but I say for people that live here, right? The people that feel a part of something. And so we're excited to share this video with you. I have a couple other points I'll add at the very end, but this is a campaign that Hope Gas is really kicking off today. We shared it with the legislature the other night, and it's really a story of what people and businesses in West Virginia are doing. So you'll know a lot of the faces and the voices here, and I hope you find it energizing and exciting like we're hoping it will. So with that, I'll turn it over to watch your screens.
Maybe it's the way the sun rises over the mountains in the morning. Or those family cookouts on West Virginia Day. It could certainly be the people. Honest, resourceful, and proud to give their all to everything they do. Whatever it is, West Virginia just has a way of creating pioneers. The first ones blazed trails across the frontier. The next wave developed coal and steel innovations that helped build our nation. Pioneers are back and hard at work in the Mountain State, bringing a cascade of bright new opportunities for people across West Virginia.
People in West Virginia have a work ethic, they've got values, they've got a commitment to doing things right.
Everyone knows their neighbors. We play together as you're growing up. You have a community of everyone goes to the football games on Friday night and the basketball game.
West Virginia is a very diverse culture, but we're a big family. You can achieve whatever you want to achieve if you're willing to put the work in.
If you love West Virginians, they will love you back. It's easy to make friends here. And once you make friends, they're your friends for life.
You know, I am from West Virginia, and I think what I am the most proud of is how the state is evolving.
I'm a guy that grew up in the Kanawha Valley. And the valley I grew up in was the most significant chemical manufacturing and research component, I think, in our country. And now going forward, the same thing is going to hold true. What's going on at the North Central Airport and microgrid capability, fueling the growth of the technology components that are there with folks like Aurora Boeing.
Nucor Steels, which is a Fortune 100 company, largest corporate investment in their history. Furthermore, it's West Virginia's largest private capital investment to ever occur in our state. And so this will be the world's most advanced clean steel facility.
We have one of the most advanced robotic heart surgery programs in the country, where we're doing some first-in-human trials at the Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute, led by Dr. Ali Rezai and his team. It was actually highlighted on 2 segments of 60 Minutes earlier this year.
We have moved from being simply an energy economy now to a digital economy also. And that, to me, is what's important. It's about an ability for a university and a company to come up with new and modern ways to think in this AI world, and that's exactly what we're doing.
And we know they're creating 2,000 construction jobs, 800 full-time permanent jobs, all the spin-offs that occur with that.
If you want your kids to stay in West Virginia, you want more jobs. And if you want better health care, if you want better community services, having new industry come here is going to upgrade everything you have here today.
People ask me every day, Morgan, what are you doing in West Virginia? Every time we read about you, you're buying something, you're building, you're growing. And I tell everybody, this is where you get things done.
We're not sitting back on the sidelines waiting. We're driving it.
We have changed the conversation. People will flock here for safety, for security, for jobs, for opportunity, for beauty, for quality of life.
I think West Virginia is a place for hope, because if you look at just the sheer abundance of resources that are there, and you've got this whole blend of sort of new technologies, beautiful countryside, lovely people, And to me, that's where you really get that growth and how you're going to sort of really enter the next 15, 20 years and embrace that new future energy for the U.S.
Hope Gas is proud to serve West Virginia yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That's why we're proud to be a spark for hope throughout the state. West Virginia's 21st century pioneers are making sure West Virginia isn't just a participant in our nation's economy, but a leader. And just as important, they'll take us to new heights without losing sight of where we've been and who we are. That's not just a pioneer, that's a mountaineer. And that's why these days, more than ever, West Virginia is for hope.
There is a lot of hope here in this state. And that is the West Virginia that I love.
To be a West Virginian is to be hopeful. We've faced our share of challenges. We've overcome those. We continue to move forward. But we live in a state that has boundless opportunities, and with boundless opportunities come hope.
Hope is the heartbeat of West Virginia.
In West Virginia, our greatest resource is hope.
West Virginia is for hope.
So, obviously, you know a lot of that story, right? And I tell it all the time. I talk about each of the things that have happened here and the great things this organization and the people that belong here have done. And my story is that we need to all tell that story, right? It's not a story that resonates with a lot of people. It's special. It's unique. And one of the fun parts of this, so we're going to continue. This was our kickoff of the campaign. You're going to see this on TV. You're going to see it in radio. You're going to see it. And we also have a lot of, I'll call it short segments for each of those folks that you heard, the Secretary Carmichael, Albert Wright, General Hoyer. Each of them have their own, I'll call it little segments that we're going to have out as well on social media. So we're going to hit it hard. And what I told everybody that I met with the other night, this story is just beginning, right? Because you know all the things that are going on here. And we want this just to be a continuous narrative of all the great things that happen in West Virginia. And by the way, they're not happening everywhere else. So my final comment, right, I need to be short here, is that, this is my fun comment. I don't know anybody in this room if anyone's a West Virginia football fan. Is anybody a West Virginia football fan here? Okay. So I think people always tell me sometimes, I tell people my leadership style is let good people do things and stay out of their way. But every once in a while I stick my nose into it. And so a couple years ago, when we first created Hope, we struck a deal with the University of Pittsburgh to be the sponsor of the game in Pittsburgh. And as part of that deal, I said I want to show a video. And just a Hope Gas advertisement campaign. No issues. Morgan will put it up, on the Backyard Brawl, which is September 14th in Pittsburgh. So they are going to show a version of this video in Pittsburgh at the Backyard Brawl. But I'll just tell you one quick story. I shared it with President Gee. The athletic director from Pitt called me and said, Morgan, could you imagine if the AD at Ohio State allowed at the Ohio State-Michigan game an ad for the state of Michigan? Come to Michigan and do work. She said to me, that athletic director gets fired that day. I said, Heather, we have an agreement. It's just an ad about Hope Gas. To her credit, she's going to live by the contract. So if anyone's at the Backyard Brawl, and it will be, I'm sure, a good day for West Virginia as West Virginia goes in and wins on their rivals' field. But you also hopefully feel good about West Virginia, right, and get to hear that story. And honestly, I want people in Pittsburgh to hear that, right? I want people in Columbus. I want people all over this region to understand what's happening here. And it begins and ends, right, with this organization and all the people here. So we're at Hope Gas. We're just glad to be a part of it. But we want to be a storyteller, and you'll see a lot more of this story as we go forward. So thank you, and thanks to Mary Beth for giving us this time to do this.
I love that approach, Morgan. A campaign that's about your company, but it's about all of us. Okay, you guys, you have exhibitor cards in your registration deck. The door prizes are good. You got to go around and get stamps from all of them, and you have to do it by Friday at 8 a.m. Do that. West Virginia attorneys and accountants, if you want to receive CLE or CPE credit, make sure you sign in at the conference registration desk. Receptions tonight at 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock out here on Colonial Terrace. And we reconvene at 7:30 in the morning here for breakfast. 8 o'clock is when we start our sessions. Now we're going to offer 3 concurrent sessions that will begin as soon as you can get here because we're right on time. The Court Watch will convene down in the Crystal Room, Higher Education in Chesapeake Bay, and Clean Energy right here in Colonial Hall. We are adjourned until tomorrow morning.